Alright then. Oop. Welcome. Hold on. Where is my likeness gone off to? There we are. Welcome back. Slightly later than anticipated. Well, I guess 1 hour later, and then also an additional 5 minutes later. There were some things I needed to take care of, but yes, we are indeed diving back into Book of Hours today. I had given some thought to doing art instead, but truth be told, I would have had to set up some things for that beforehand, which I didn't, so, you know. Maybe next time. So, yes, let's not waste any more time. The Curious End. Thurza Blake, 7th librarian, spent all the house's money on her projects before her disappearance. That's when Nocturnal Branch stepped in. Thurza Blake, 7th librarian. I think we've already catalogued her. But, in case we haven't, let me look at that. Welcome back, librarian. Everything is remembered. Hush, house endures. 7th librarian. 4th librarian. 5th librarian. 6th librarian. 7th. So that's Thurza Blake. Hold on. As always, I need to fetch my notes. Have we already made note of that? Oh, come now. Thurza Blake. Yes. Alright, so we do already know that she's 7th librarian. I guess we just haven't found her bust yet. But if we do, we already know where to put it. Good. Then, with that out of the way, what do we have today? Snow. The world is pale today. The white is west of the world, and winter does not wait forever. Solomon Husher once said. Sky and winter in strong supply. Winter's storm echoes song, the intricacies of mathematics, and the principle of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. Winter. Winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. Ooh. 25%. That is tempting. That is tempting because, I've been meaning to get those for a while, but I don't, I wouldn't really use them for anything. But they are really cool. And I do love cool tarot decks, so yeah, I'm very tempted. I'll have to look at that. Alright, so winter and sky. We certainly have quite a few rooms that could be unlocked with sky, like this one, the Squawkful Loggia. Birds crowd every corner of this place, glaring at me with malevolent yellow eyes. Guano cakes the walls and feathers drift the floor. Something has drawn them here. It'll need to be dealt with. Once it has, the place will take an awful lot of cleaning, I bet. So 9 sky here. Let's see, this is not sky, and we of course have the root-thronged descent. The roots here are a labyrinth of years. How long since anyone has passed this way? Oh, hello, Bass Beans, welcome back. Yeah, I think, though, I'm pretty sure the Loggia is a place we've unlocked for quite some time now. I vaguely remember reading that in a few sessions ago. Then there's obviously the Motley Tower, but, you know. The abandoned bedroom. The maze-crazed room, the heart-haunted room. Alright, it seems to me that the main thing we can unlock with Sky at the moment would be the loggia. Then, of course, there's also the echoing chamber with Winter. This has long been a holy place, but the voices of the monks have outlasted their prayers. A surly muttering circles the room, picking up speed as it goes. Each time it passes me, it almost manages to articulate my name. Interesting. But that, of course, wouldn't further unlock any more rooms. And this technically also 10 Sky, 10 Winter, though I don't think we can quite muster that yet. Stopped clock. With maniacal but methodical care, someone has disassembled the clock and scattered it around the room. Wheels and parts have been piled and leant on every surface. A W has been marked on the stairs in soot. Okay. I'm thinking we try unlocking the loggia. For that we would need 9 Sky. We have 3 Sky from this. Hold on. Our soul cards... Do we really not have another Faust? Where's our other Faust? Is it still at work? In that case, where is our second Faust? Well, suppose if I can't find it, that probably means we, unthinkingly used it, too late. Ah, yes, very well, Moonwings. It's also good, to see if any issues arise from the multi-chat functionality, so, a diversity of, chat locations is certainly, appreciated. Let's see. Right, the mystery of the missing Faust, which would certainly complicate any attempt to get more Sky, since I think that's our only soul card with any Sky in it. So maybe the 10 Winter from the stopped clock would actually be easier, because of course Mr. Killer already has 2 Winter. If we gave him the snow, that would get him to 5. Then with the Whist, that would get him to 7. And then if we have any wood with high Winter, like for example, hold on, wood. What kind of wood do we currently have in the house? We have those there, and I think otherwise we're currently empty, which means we won't really be able to get him any wood. But maybe... hold on. A beverage, maybe a tool in Winter. Do we have a Winter tool? I don't think so. But maybe I'm wrong. So these are heart and nectar. The knife here, that's... oh, the knife surprisingly has Winter, but only one of it. Or I guess, not so surprisingly. Then the Isle Water, of course, has Winter, but not exactly in all that ample supply. We would need more. 3 exact... on the whole, if we give him the knife, it would only be 2. So... hold on. Oh, Solomon's Preparation. Well, that certainly gives us a whole lot of Winter. A whole lot of Winter. But is there maybe... We only need 2 winter, if I'm calculating this correctly. Maybe there's something slightly less valuable we could get him to drink instead. Yes, well, luckily we haven't had to murder anyone yet, in this game at least. Quite a departure from Cultist Simulator, I must say. But yeah, there's quite a lot of aspects there. You can also use it for cooking. So yeah, that knife, certainly useful. Right, I'm still looking for any other beverages that may have winter in them, but I think Solomon's preparation may be the only thing we have. Right, the Isle water with just 1 winter, that's not enough. Not enough. Well, we do have several of Solomon's preparations, so it wouldn't be too bad using it on this, but I do like being efficient, so I dislike the notion of using more aspect to unlock than we actually need, especially if it's, you know, a consumable. But it seems that, aside from the Isle water, that may actually be our only source of winter when it comes to consumables. Poets eat flowers? Yeah, that's also a good point, that first of all, you know, they have our address. Second of all, you know, we're sort of maybe kind of working together with the Suppression Bureau, so I think it'd be pretty hard getting them. You know, if Connie Lee pays us regular visits, it'll be pretty hard to keep all that stuff a secret. I mean, I guess the detective made it work in Cultist Simulator, but I think that's a bit of a different situation. Okay, so if we do use... interestingly, the potatoes do actually also have winter. Huh. What if I were to... Because we now have... so the potatoes, ingredient, and here the knife, and then we apply some... What can we apply here? Oh, yeah, ideally something we won't need. I guess we could use our health. A dish with Edge Forge Heart Knock. Okay, so in being prepared, the potatoes would lose their winter aspect. Well, it's not enough for our purposes anyways, so that's fine. I just try this. The covenant of the branches of the Watchman's Tree is a good lore on why the librarian isn't committing the crime of oneric irresponsibility. Yeah, I don't think I'm familiar with that one, so I'd have to look at that myself. I am certainly noticing that there's a fair few soul cards I'm missing. I don't know where they went. Because one of our metals isn't here. Okay, the metal is at work here. The Fost, have we used that for anything? I think it's in the servants' quarters. I think we're currently... Or are we not? I guess not. Then where is our fostered work? I don't know. But speaking of fast, if we want to cure this one, we'd need nectar, which we can get here at the guest bed. So... Huh? I can use a matching soul card. Oh, okay, so... I need specifically a heart card to move myself to another room, but once I'm there I can also use the other aspects, I'm thinking. Okay, and I need a soul card to decamp there. Okay. Ah, yes. Okay, so here are some of my other soul cards at work. Not my Fost, though, so... Still no idea where that is. Oh, there it is. For some reason, the processes here were only being made visible as soon as I'd resumed the game. Okay. Now let's think again. We need Mr. 𝐁𝐿𝐴. And then I guess... Yeah, we make use of the knife, the weather, some soul, and the other stuff. Yeah, there isn't any Winter 2 tool, unfortunately, just the knife with its one winter. Right. Okay, in that case, yeah, I'll just recruit Mr. Killer right now, with some... Wait. Hold on. I do need the whist to recruit him to begin with, but then again, the Solomon's preparation would give us more winter than we need. Therefore, not boosting him with the whist is actually okay. I think. Maybe I'm off in my preparations, but in my calculations, but in that case we can just, you know, restore the whist, yes, the whist, for the day, and that'll not be much of an issue. Now, in the meantime, let us use some of our fat here to catalog this last solar book here. Let's also, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, I saw some more solar books up there. Let's move those to the library. Oh, wait, hold on. We do have a U-blank here, actually. Never mind, I was mistaken. Okay, so we do have a one winter book, which means we can use the one winter piece of wood, some isle water, and then, our tryst, which we of course would need to restore for that. So, but I'd much rather use one of these. I think that's where. Yeah, that's where our health is currently at work, getting up some more isle water. Coffin maker's assistants, a tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand, very diffidently, at poetry. Mr. 𝐁𝐿𝐴. So first things first, wait, we can't use the knife to boost him yet, so first let's use the snow. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Fewer tools than expected. Well, I mean, you mean measured, if compared to Cultist Simulator? Because, yeah, in that case, there are definitely fewer books, but... fewer tools, but seeing as how they're much more useful in this game, I'm not that surprised about that. Okay, we have found, if nothing else, a fair few uncatalogued solar works in the new rooms we've uncovered last time. So let's stock up the shelves here. And let's also... Hold on, is there anything I'd like to get done in the early time of the day? Something with my other soul cards? Not necessarily. Let's let the time progress. Alright, fixing and mending. As they used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I. But I've earned my pay. Very nice. The History of Inks. A legendary grimoire of exotic ink-making lore. The cover and some of the pages, unfortunately, are stained and crusted with something more like mucus than ink. Mystery Rose. 14. Yeah, not really within our reach. Inks of Power. Okay, so there are more ink skills. We have, Alright, our Inks of Revelation are currently at work. And then I think there was also another ink skill. Or maybe I'm imagining that. Maybe I am. So, History of Inks, 14 rows. Once again, reinforcing that Rose seems to somewhat be this game's successor to Secret Histories. Well, yeah, with someone, if with someone you mean us, the librarian, then certainly yes. So what are these books again? Oh right, Mystery 10 continued. I remember now. Actually, let's put these here. Don't want to crowd up the dawn period shelf. Okay, I think that's a good haul of solar works for now. That should keep us going for quite some time. Or keep us occupied, more like. Aha. So let's actually get to reducing that count a bit. So here we can use our Tryst and one of these books. Solar period book. There we go. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Okay, 5 winter then. And, right, I need to recover my whist in... Well, I guess I can't do that yet, because my bed is still being used. Hold on. I'm not entirely sure how long one day lasts, because I need to be able to restore my whist in time to still use it to talk with Mr. 𝐁𝐿𝐴, and then use him to unlock the room, all before his assistant departs. I'm not entirely sure if we have time for that, but I'm just gonna hope. Alright, we have game chips. Long before fish and chips, these went crunchingly with game. Ideally, you'd want bread sauce and breadcrumbs to complete the ensemble, but honestly, it's hard enough not to just stuff these directly into your mouth. Alright, so we made a Heart 2, Forge 1, Edge 1 dish, and also some knock. Not bad, but, well, also not exactly groundbreaking. Okay, so now we have the knife again, which means we can use it with Mr. 𝐁𝐞𝐥𝐵. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistants something to help, increasing their abilities. And here, a little water splashes on the stones of the well to nourish the mosses there. And yes, we have another pitcher of isle water. So, I think I'm gonna use this glass of isle water to refresh myself, and then this pitcher I'm gonna leave beside my bed. And the game chips, I don't know, I guess, yeah, in the kitchen, of course. We're kind of running a bit low on shelf space here, but I guess I'll move it to the... What's this room again? The servants' hall, yes. Since, you know, we don't exactly have any servants, so... Yep, and also the Forge of Days, and I guess either the Lionsmith or the Colonel. And of course heart, because it's a hearty meal, haha. Still wondering where my Fost is. Oh right, we're using it currently to study a book, I think. Adrokashas, I think, written in 𝐁𝐸𝐿. Well, my tongue is twisted today. An anonymous confessional account of unsanctioned activities by the nuns of St. Brandon's. The title is a 𝐁𝐸𝐿 phrase that might be translated as, "The spirit flees the shadowed places." Scale 10. Yeah, that's also beyond our reach, I think, at the moment. So, yeah. Put it here. Then let's use more of our FET to... No, our Trist to continue with the solar works. Proffer a tool. The tools boosted their aspects appropriately. Okay. And now we face a decision. Either we boost him with Solomon's Preparation, which would give him the required 10 winter, or we wait until this is done, refresh our Whist, then boost him with the Whist and some Isle Water. And then further, hold on. Oh yeah, and then we would also need to give him the 𝐸𝐵 we have lying around here somewhere. Actually, yeah, now that I think about it, I think at this point it's actually much easier to just use the Solomon's Preparation. We might have a limited supply of it, but I think sooner or later we'll also learn how to make more, so yeah, I think that's fine. We had some Solomon's Preparation here, and also in one of the other rooms. I would like to use that one first, because it's easier to remember having some Solomon's Preparation in Solomon's room than somewhere else, so keeping the one in his room on storage would be more convenient. Was it in the kitchen? No, it was... Ah, here we are. Solomon's Preparation. Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep, to close his ears to the sound of the waves. But on the 9th of January 1838, a heavy snow fell on Hush House. When the other residents dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left a resignation letter and an undrunk measure of his preparation. Yes, I will. I mean, I've done stretching and refreshing not too long ago, but hold on. I've already given him, yeah, Exalted by Tool, so let's put the... Oh, right, we put the potatoes where the knife usually is, so let's put that back. And then, yes. A nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Yes, 10 winter, and then that'll be that. We'd have enough for either the shrouded place or the stopped clock. I don't know which one I wish to use yet, but I guess we'll see. Oh, there's also some more quartz beside our bed. Let's let's put that here with the other quartz. Isn't quartz also glass? No, but it's a gem. Maybe we can actually at some point make use of that. I don't know yet. Yeah, either it's melatonin or it's or it just makes you deaf for a while. That's also possible. Okay. So, I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it conceals, the alloy of the white rose. The author asserts that the dawn road ends in the second dawn and hints darkly that the downfall of the House of York was Grail sabotage. Right, what was this book again? An account by Mistress Whiteflower of the alchemical techniques favored by the House of York, also identified with the Dawn Road. These techniques failed to bring them victory in the War of the Roads, but are not to be discounted. Let's jot that down. Actually, I should organize these a bit better. There we go. Right. The author asserts, yes, we've already read that. And then lastly, hold on. Mistress Whiteflower urges a history of Uzult, where the second dawn may come to pass. She identifies xanthotic essence as Uzult's predecessor. She explains that with sufficient lantern, bitter black salts can be purified to xanthotic essence, and iotic essence can be exalted to xanthotic essence. Oh, interesting, because we already have iotic essence, don't we? Also, Uzult, that sounds familiar. Saint Uzult. The shepherd illuminate, the virgin-born, warns of the sun's division but promises its ultimate reunification in the second dawn through the ministry of Saint Uzult. Uzult is of course the ink of power used by librarians of the tree, but also venerated as a saint in some borderline heterodox solar traditions. Okay, so Uzult is an ink, which it makes sense why it would be spread, which it makes sense why it would be talked about in a book that's concerned with, I think, Inks of Revelation? No, Purifications and Exaltations, but still. And it also gives us some more... Alright. Sufficient lantern, bitter black salts can be purified to xanthotic essence, and iotic essence can be exalted to xanthotic essence. So 2 recipes for xanthotic essence, right? Yes. Okay. And memory revelation. And of course the purifications and exaltations. More lantern skills for us to upgrade. Let's see. Purifications and exaltations are currently only level 3, which means we need 3 memories. Plus the lesson itself. So, if we take the memory revelation, sensation sight, for example, and then 1 other random memory with lantern, or I guess 1 memory with either lantern aspect or what is this? Sky aspect, okay. Which Memory Solace does actually have, so hold on, does that mean we have every... Oh no, we would need an investigation of the mirror scope first, and then we should have everything we need to upgrade our Inks of Revelation, which are, yeah, sadly already committed, so we won't get any new soul cards for it. Yes, that's also how I... Yeah, Bastard Beans, I got that. Don't we already have Iotic Essence? Pretty sure that's the thing we crafted last session. In the laboratory, where is it? Here we go. Isn't that... Oh no, this is Icrovitreous. That's Xanthotic Essence. This is Ashertine. Okay, no, it crafted Icrovitreous, not Iotic Essence. And this is then Xanthotic Essence. Hold on, but didn't we... I'm pretty sure we have some Iotic Essence sitting around here somewhere. Ha, maybe not. No, this is Ichor Auroral. Maybe I'll find it again. Ah, the physician's room. Do you mean the infirmary or the examination room? Okay, I see. Otherwise, hold on, something else also just completed. Right, a new book to be catalogued, The Three and the Three, Vatican Manuscript, a church-authorized version of an older text. This book describes the chancel and the calyptra, true triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has clearly been reworked to fit church doctrine. Mystery 14 of Moon. Yeah, nope, sadly no. That's not going to be within our means for quite some time. Yes, hold on. Ah, yes, right, we crafted Refulgin because we thought it was ink, and we crafted Icrovitreous because we know it's an intermediate product for Ashertine ink. But I think then you would need... What did you need again to upgrade that? I think 15 lantern. Hold on though, actually, now that I think about it, don't we have almost 15 lantern? So if we had the Faust... So the Icrovitreous, that's 4 lantern. Inks of Revelation, that's 7 lanterns, so we're already at 11. Then with the Faust, we're at 13. And then if we had, for example, the Memory of Revelation, we'd actually be at 15. But question is, of course, do we need a further ingredient to actually craft this? Anathesa, archaeologist who streams this afternoon, has whole dissertation on the identity of Calyptra and Chancel. Oh, cool. Hold on, let me actually copy that name. And, make note of it. Oh yeah. Yeah, we shall see. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that matter to my attention. I am always on the lookout for more people to raid. Yeah, it's possible. Hold on though. First of all, I need to put this book... Yeah, we're running out of shelf space actually here in the reading room. Hold on, this vase of rushes needs to be placed somewhere else. A subtle ornament. Really, is it though? Because that's one of the biggest one of the biggest plants in the entire game. Okay, so now we have a lot more space here. Nice. We should also do more with our pets. I have been neglecting them as of late. Right, where do we want to put this? I guess we can just put it here on the... doesn't really perfectly match the decor here, but who cares? Yeah, I guess that's also that's certainly a once. Oh god, where's the ham gone to now? Oh god, where did I put my 5 ham? Ah, there. Oh god, now it's no longer separate, and now it's That's also one thing that kind of annoys me a little bit, is that you can have several of something in an issue, in an inventory slot, but as soon as you place it something, you can no longer stack it. That seems a bit strange. Alright, then in that case, let's just leave the ham here, since, you know, it makes sense. It's maybe not the kind of fine dining I should store in this room, but it's fine. It is, in practice, the thing we're most likely to feed one of our guests, so... Okay. Alright, we're currently investigating the mirror scope. And yes, coffin makers, assistants, down to the Grassens. Recusans? I don't know. And we can now unlock either the clock tower or the, what was it? Not the loggia, but the shrouded place. If the wards of this place were real, they would be heavy curtains of black velvet that stung the grazing hand. They aren't real in any meaningful sense of the word. I'll still need to dispose of them before I can enter safely. And we also have, hold on, I think this? Yeah, the echoing chamber. No, wait, that's 9 winter, so we'll do that another time. Yeah, so either the shrouded space or the stopped clock. I'm leaning towards stopped clock, because I am steampunk like that. But first of all, let's talk to him a bit more. Maybe we can glean some useful memories from him. Memory sight. Okay, and now for the moment of truth. Purifications and exaltations. Purification lesson learned. Memory revelation. Memory insight. Memory solace. And an effort. Oh. Of course, we can't use our current FOST because that's fatigued. Fascinated, I mean. The higher I rise, the more I see! Which we would need to cure, and of course the other one is fatigued. Wait, hold on. Actually, didn't actually check that. Oh no, hold on. We can actually use our diseased thingy. So let's do that. Consider another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Improve this skill to level 4. I would think they'd probably... Well, depends on how thorough they are, since most of the first obstacles in our way were decidedly non-supernatural. But if they're determined enough to move away the mundane obstacles, yeah, I say they're gonna regret this outing. Frogging? Don't think I'm familiar with that expression. Ah, well, I'm going to hazard a guess that that's not something all too unusual in Hush House. Pretty sure we already share the share the space with numerous ghosts and ghoulies. So yeah, there are certainly a lot of birds here, and I think there was also some wild animals in some of the other thingies. Oh yeah, right, that reminds me, I also wanted to see if I can't get the chickens to lay some eggs. Well, currently there's at least one snake-protected room, which is Solomon's quarters, by our tame viper here, Anthony. Yeah, I mean, are Mansa spirits effective pest control? Stay tuned to find out. Well, effective probably yes, efficient... Memory, regret. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? The usurpation of vermin. Usurping vermin or vermin usurping? Or maybe both. Alright, I think I'll fish for one more memory. And then I'll get him to work on, yeah, the clock tower. This skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. 4 lantern, 5 sky. Actually, that might mean... I think we have some low-level sky mysteries that are still beckoning us. Or am I off on that? Hold on. Wasn't there a mystery sky book here somewhere? Well, I guess not. Ah. Was it maybe here? Must be misremembering. Okay, there's just 12 sky, which... no. And here in the 8 cupboard, also nothing. Maybe here? No, nothing. Okay. Oh, great. One moment, let me banish that infernal device. There we go. Need to probably look into some automation of that. I mean, some of them are clever, they don't actually put the link in full there, but at least the ones that do should be pretty easy to get rid of. Just nothing but scrap! In the names of Gabriel Ultrakill. Timepiece recovery. Why did I... Oh, this is a skill. Ah yeah, right. The Inks of Containment, the Inks of Revelation, and I think one of the books we just uncovered were Inks of History or something, right? Inks of Power. Okay, so there definitely are quite a bit of ink-related skills, which makes sense as a librarian. Now, we have a few skill cards left. Do we want to use them for anything? Right, I wanted to see about those chickens. Fuck. Inspect this beast. It can be more rewarding to talk with a beast, though. Let's try inspecting it first. Incredible, of course. Memory, a stolen secret, something I overheard in dreams, question mark? Fascinating as always. Okay, now then. Clock tower time. Some money, and here we go. What have I learned? Terence in her magnificence. Terence the chicken was this magnificent and indomitable beast named for the rector's indomitable and magnificent housekeeper. Best not to inquire too closely. And we have a memory of sound. Specifically, that sound. Okay, so if there's a way to make them lay eggs, that's not the one. But on the bright side, it also means this hasn't made Terence hungry, so let's try that again, this time with the beastie. Offer this beast my company. Who knows, perhaps it will offer something in return. Exactly. Okay. Now, I think I want to go about removing my current lodging, because then I can get to actually cleansing my Faust, which is currently diseased. So let's use the core to tear down our oh wait, no, oh damn it, wrong card. We can't use, I think, our that's a shame, but it's okay. We don't really have that much that needs. Yeah, for some reason we can only put heart cards here at the start. Which means we should have used our Arab to tear down our camp instead of the core, to use it then to set up shop here. No matter, we can do it tomorrow. Means we can't dream on a memory, but oh well. And then, hold on. Our Arab for the last thing for today. I think this, yeah. Let's catalog a last solar work. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Ah yeah, okay, so this is how you get hen's eggs. Delicious when cooked, alarming when dropped. Okay. So Terence, actually, what kind of food? Okay, so we can't feed them eggs and remains, obviously, which actually not that realistic. Chickens will eat pretty much everything. So everything that isn't an egg and a corpse. And is edible. Bloody, do you mean the JoJo's opening? Da, 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 da. That's true. And this egg now, can we fit this still here on the... Yep. Fantastic, fantastic. And, haha, the tower clock. George Collars, governor of Brankrug Gaol, or I guess jail, oversaw the design and installation of this great clock with the reluctant help of the librarian Serena Blackwood. She might have refused outright, had she known how he intended to reuse the urologist's techniques for his so-called condignator. An inscription on the greatest wheel reads, "Strike the hours." Huh, okay, so... oversaw the design and installation of this great clock with the reluctant help of the librarian Serena Blackwood, so this would have been right before our time then. Still, though, it's from the solar period. I guess the clock tower was there before, but the clock was only installed recently. But then someone disassembled it in the time since, someone with the inscription of W. Yeah, strike the hours, that sounds like worm talk. How he intended to reuse the urologist's techniques, huh. Okay, so we have the great clock. Every flame has its fuel, and every tick has its talk. This is some kind of workbench, but I'm trying to... one that... a workbench that takes a lot of memories, interestingly. Skills... soul, of course, and more soul. And an omen, which we don't have yet. We don't know what that is yet. Those who know, see. Those who see, know. And beyond that, actually not that much in here. We have... oh, we have... no, Umbrous Oil. Cartoon Heroes first grade Umbrous Oil, which is a liquid, but not one just for crafting, I guess. And other than that, I don't think there's actually anything in here. Yep, otherwise it's completely empty. And the fallen bells. Someone has smashed the headstalks of the bells so that they fell on the floor here. The stone is cracked beneath them. The noise must have been unbearable. One has fallen against the stairs to the tower top. So 11 forge, I think. That doesn't mean... that means 11, not a Roman numeral 2, I think. Hold on, let's yeah. It's just the 1 in this font looks like an I, which makes it slightly confusing, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, my clock tower is a machine that turns uncrushed fingers into crushed fingers. Okay, so I guess that wasn't terribly useful. But we do have the fallen bells now, which, I mean, 11 heart, that's gonna be difficult, but not impossible, actually. And then, of course, unfortunately, tonight we can't dream on a memory because we don't have any bed yet. Any bed anymore. Have no bed anymore, that way. Yeah. Oh, and we finished A Descent of the Shell. A treatise on eggs, light, and optics by Abessa Melancht. Right, Abbess Melancht. We've encountered that name and that pronunciation before, however it might go. Abbess Melancht. Dazzlingly illustrated with renderings of the Abbess's visions. Forge 14, okay. Yeah, unsurprisingly, a lot of the solar period works are just beyond our current scope. That's fine, I guess. Hold on, this is scale 8. Where did we put our 8 thingies here? I actually have to re-evaluate some of these because... nectar... come on. Nectar 8. Hold on, because we do have some nectar skills now. None of them are too developed, but we do have a few. Nectar 2, for example. Yeah, no, that'd still be rather difficult. Even though we do have the knife, which is already by itself Nectar 2, so Spices and Savors, Nectar 2 plus the knife, Nectar 4 plus the health, Nectar 5. But that does mean we can tackle the mystery, the shadow in the stair, that thing. That should be more than doable with the aid of the knife. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Okay, there go our memories, unfortunately, but we can at least now camp. I'll make this my lodgings for the time being. Move your belongings into this room. You can then use this bed to rest soul cards and recover maladies. Okay, that'll take a while. In the meanwhile, we have a storm. Thunder roaring, lightning lashed skies. 4 heart, 4 sky. That's potential right there. I have to think. I guess... Hold on. 4... 2 heart... Okay. Because if we take Mrs. Killer with 1 whore, recruit her. She already has 1 heart, so that's 5 heart already. Then we give her the kitchen bowls, 6 heart. Then if we restore the whore and use it on her, that's 8 heart. Then the ham, for example, that would be 10 heart. And then if we give her the warmly colored yarns, that would be 11 heart. Which would mean we can get in here to the Fallen Bells. But the main question is, do we have the time? Because, yeah, that thing will take a while. But I think we do. We do, actually. So, yeah, let's recruit Mrs. Killer first. Mrs. Killer likes conversations about beginnings. Her husband prefers to talk about endings. A shilling will buy her help for a day. So, there we go, the shilling. Then... yeah, the ham. So, I'm trying to remember... I think this one was the singular ham, and this one is the singular one, this one is the stack. Yes. So yeah, we'll have to restore one of our whore here in time for it to boost her here. I mean, alternatively, we could also try, because there are some beverages that have quite a bit more heart, actually. I think. Well, I guess not. Well, probably there are, but the ham should suffice. The ham unsliced. Yeah, that does. yeah, I hear it. I hear it. Definitely. Hold on. Right, and then with our health also, and the knife. Oh, right, now I remember. The reason we couldn't, study that book is because we don't really have a nectar table yet. But we do have this table, so... can we use one of our... so we can't use this one. But we could use Coil and Chasm. And we can't use this one either, but So Coil and Chasm. That would get us to only... So we have 2 here, then if we add the knife, where is it? We have 4. And then, well, I suppose a scale memory, if a nectar memory, if we had that. I could try, since the knife does have quite a bit of nectar. Maybe if we actually inspect the knife with investigate, and then let's use the tryst here, investigate the object. Maybe if we're lucky we'll get like a scale nectar memory of or something similar there. And then, right, our metal, we don't need that today, so to work. And then our fet, the thing we have most of, put to work. Yeah, no, not here, but in the map room, of course. Fet, some uncatalogued solar books, there we go. Midwife's assistant, a day's work is a night's dreaming. Okay, first of all, we boost her with the storm. That's already 5. Then we give her the bowl. Then we give her either the ham or something else. But yeah, I think the ham is currently our best candidate. Yeah, the ham. And then we give her the whore if we have had enough time to recuperate in our bed. Alright, what have I learned? The tang is engraved with the letters TB. The bone has absorbed a dark stain that might be old blood. Or it might be old strawberries. Let me... Memory touch. Craft is learned through the tips of the fingers. Alright, so the bronze knife gives us touch. Or maybe it's... I'm thinking it may be dependent on the soul card we use, but I don't think it is actually, because the mirror scope always gives us sight, so... I'm guessing it's dependent entirely on the tool. Hold on. The waste we're not actually going to use today, so... Let's get to cataloging more books. Speed things up a little bit. Yeah. I mean, I would guess that the wolf divided probably trumps the pork, the ham unsliced, because, you know, wolves, they do like, I mean, they most, traditionally they're said to go after sheep, but I'm fairly certain a real wolf will also gladly go after, a piece of ham or, in fact, a whole pig. A boar maybe less so, because those things are, they don't fuck around, but, you know, a domesticated pig, maybe more so. My deeds, my powers, my achievements, and the injustices perpetrated against me. A diatribe by Hokubald of Possind, formerly of the Order of the Immortals called the House of Lethe. Later, the Ordo Limiae. Much later, the Obliviates. He has scores to settle. Also, a book we recognize from Cultist Simulator. And also, I think, hold on, is that our first degree, 16th degree mystery? So, yeah, no, that's not happening anytime soon. Midwife's assistant, let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So, next up would be the bowl. Where is it? There it is. Which also has some nectar, but not as much. I mean, 16 forge in Cultist Simulator. How much forge do you need to summon King Crucible? I think you need actually a lot less than that, just 12 or something. I don't quite remember. And we have 𝐁𝐸𝐥𝐸 Avigon text, the merciful measures of the witch Nin. Also a mystery 16, in this case Heartwork, so yeah. Whew. Well, maybe one day, but not today. And yeah, we've almost moved into our new bed. Okay, so now the midwife, Mrs. Killer, is already at 6 heart. If we want to get to 11, we need the ham, the whore, and the... where are they? The threads. Where are they? Here. The warmly colored yarns. So yeah, let's give her those. The threads converge. This assistant may be able to make use of fabrics and other woven things. This will increase their aspects. They'll keep whatever might be left over. Yes. 2 hams, a glass of water, and a book with some worms in it. Speaking of a glass of water, let me actually indulge in that myself. Hold on. Also, more solar books to catalog. I have noticed that our pace of mastering new books has somewhat slowed now that we've exhausted the more easily attainable books. This is a safe place for me now, to the extent that dreams are safe. Okay. Now, hold on, what do we need to cure this? We need health. We need... But no, first of all, we need to restore this. Rest. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink, while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. I mean, a glass of water may be not the most restorative thing in the world, but if it works, it works. Ooh, that takes almost 1.5 minutes, so that'll be a close run thing, but I think we'll still have a bit of we'll have enough time in the end. Offer something to eat. I can offer my assistants something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. The taste will remain reliably unchanged for many years to come, which is, in some respects, an advantage. Okay, and we have The Rose of Hypatia. Oh, more witchworms. A volume of collected teachings of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories, but in some was very powerful indeed. This was recorded by Hypatia and dedicated to Saint Nympha. More weaving and not working, actually. And it's Moth 8. Infested with witchworms, which will take Shapt and Whist. So... where's my Shapt here and my Whist? But neither of those are actually needed for Mystery Moths, so... okay. That won't be an issue. And, which one of these... oh yeah, Mystery Moth 8, that's going to be very doable. Our Inks of Revelation alone already have 6 moth, and then... the Tryst will do the rest. Wonderful. I don't actually know if we have a moth desk. I guess we don't need it, we can also just do it in our consider tile. But if I can find one, a moth desk would be preferable. This one perhaps? No. Nope. There were no desks here. Have I unlocked any new desks by any chance? Over here, no, it doesn't seem like it. No, none of those are desks. This isn't a desk either. Hold on. This isn't a desk either, despite the clear sign of writing utensils on it. Okay, then in that case... I mean, the Tryst... so if we have a desk with, I guess, moon and lantern, that would also work. Wasn't this one... moon and lantern, there we go. So Tryst and Inks of Revelation and the Witchworm book. This one. Moth. Choice. I can master this mystery. Enough moth to match Mystery Moth. And afterwards... I'm thinking about what to do with the witchworms. Because of course we do also have this thing, which is actually just Mystery 6 Edge. Also pretty doable, I think. Since... wasn't one of these 2 Edge? I guess not. Sure, so this is already... so the Arab is our only source of Edge Soul, but... no, wait, the metal already also has an edge, so... yeah, this is actually also very readable, as long as we don't use, of course, Shapt and Whist, but we'll use metal and Arab. Maybe, but honestly, again, there's so many rooms we can unlock with just Mrs. Killer at the moment, because look at how many heart rooms we have here yet to unlock. So I think there's no need yet. Oh, a delivery from Cartoon Hero. More ham. Actually, no, it's, I think some potatoes. And some dripping and something like that. Okay, do I need the Fost today? Don't think so, no. Wasn't there something... I guess the lesson... no, I can't use that today. Help with letters, there we go. And yeah, that's still working, so... yeah, she's now 9, and then if we use the Shapt on her, she'll be 11. But first let's speak to her. Maybe there's something useful to glean there. Well, we have a good supply of ham now again. And some potatoes and some butter. Try adding an egg or a pheasant mixed with sugar or flour in a bowl, or the culinary intrepid might add spice and moly. So try adding an egg or a pheasant. So we can use where's the kitchen? Oh, kitchen range servants. So, an ingredient and the egg. And then, yeah, if I add a health card, is there any other card I could add here? I guess the Arab. Yeah, let's do this. Make scrambled egg. A dish with heart, grail, scale, and sky. Sure. Probably not that useful, but I'd like to try some of the earlier dishes before we try making anything more complex. Unfortunately, it seems like there isn't a recipe book for dishes like there is with other stuff. Okay, now the fat we've already used for that one book. And then tomorrow we'll try reading De Bellis Mororum. Then... there was that nectar thingy. I'm still not quite giving up on that, but... we just don't have the proper... because... hold on... yeah, this one is scale, so I can add this one, this one. Yeah, we'd need some kind of memory that's both one of these aspects and nectar. Then we could theoretically, in conjunction with the knife... yeah, currently that's 4 nectar, so if we have a memory that's at least 1 nectar, we can get there with the additional health card, but yeah, we'd need an appropriate memory. I mean, who knows, maybe there is a cookbook somewhere here. Memory regret. No, that's not what we're looking for, but... oh well. Okay, how much time has passed? Okay, we have time for one more talk with her. And we also... yeah, that reminds me, I want to check what kind of memories the other tools give us. I mean, it wouldn't be a raw profit if you cook it, right? Right. A volume of collected teachings of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories, but in some was very powerful indeed. This was recorded by Hypatia and dedicated to Saint Nympha. Let me put that down here, and then there we go. I'm reading, Saint Nympha is described as not born but cultivated. The sentience that became the saint, Hypatia indicates... the sentience that became the saint, Hypatia indicates, inhabited a sinner's corpse in order to enable that sinner's redemption. Well, is it really much of a redemption if they're already dead? But, well... I guess people can disagree. I deserve a little quiet time. Our core is restored. And with that we have everything we need to get Mrs. Killer to 11 heart. I think the highest number we've ever gotten one of our assistants. It's actually funny because there's also so many heart rooms that are just lower heart that we haven't unlocked yet, so Mrs. Killer is gonna stay busy in the coming days. Okay. Let's speed things along. The Shapt and the Whist are two, I think soul cards we won't need today, so let's actually put them to use, cataloging yet more of these books. The shop we can put to work here, yes. Although, actually, now that I think about it, maybe it's best to not use our shop here, since it's our only one. We don't want that one to get diseased. So yeah, let's instead use it here. Fixing and mending. There's not much work on offer in Bangkok, but I can find oh my god! But I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. And yes, of course, we could try hiring from the Sweet Bones, but no, I don't think so. Okay. It is not yet time for cake. Cake time! Okay, this also gives us sight. Seems to be rather common for these tools. Memory, solace, peace after trouble. Also not what we need necessarily, but okay. Now, time to apply the final soul card. Collaborate, Hor. Everything goes easier with a song. Hor being exuberance, instinct, rhythm. One of the 9 parts of the human soul. Okay. What time is it? Afternoon. Do we still have time to, for example, draw some water from the well? Yeah, we could, but we already have a lot of water, so actually not. Let's not do that. Yeah, okay, I think we won't really be doing all that much else today. The Elations of Limentius, the 2nd volume of Abbot Jeffrey's hypothetical theological debates in the Socratic mode. Aesthetic taint, a poison, a curse, probably both. Be careful handling this book. This contamination can affect your shopt and health. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against curses and at least 7 knock. And it's knock, mystery knock for a 6. That should be doable, more than doable. With our... hold on, does this affect... okay, so this does affect our shopt and whist, which, of course, is our only knock soul card, the shopt. But... hold on. We do have 3 knock here already. Then, I don't think we have a... knock tool, do we? Do we have a knock tool? I don't think we do. No, doesn't seem like it. Actually, wasn't the knife knock? No, I don't think it was. It was quite a few aspects, but not knock. Yeah. Edge, Grail, Nectar, Winter. No knock. So we would have to remove the static taint. But you remove the static taint with knock. So... well... it's gonna be a bit tricky. So hold on, don't we? Okay, no, we don't have enough sky and lantern memories yet to unlock, upgrade our purifications and exaltations, since we would need 4 memories, and this is only 1 and 2. Yeah. Okay. No. Knock to a aesthetic on that thing. Scrambled egg. With bacon, scrambled eggs were the breakfast of Empire. In these less hegemonic times, Empire is optional, as is bacon. I see. Okay, but that does suggest we could perhaps combine this with bacon, if we ever find some. Also, let's put this here. So that's the aesthetic taint thingy here. Didn't we also have... hold on, these are moon and... hold on, mystery moon, don't we? Isn't the Fet 2 moon? Or was it the Tryst? No, that's just 1 moon. Yeah, okay, that explains why I wasn't able to unlock this yet, because we'd need... we do have the Sickle and Eclipse 2 moon. What's this, actually? Hold on. Behind the... come out. Ah. This thing. This thing is actually just 4 moon. Hold on. That should at least be doable, shouldn't it? Okay, that's a bit inconvenient that the thing is directly behind the reading lamp. Hill and Hollow. Oh, right, it's a phonograph record. That's the thing. Okay. Yeah. Good old secret history writing. Okay, 11. It's already dusk, so perhaps we shouldn't dally further. Not all the dead enter the mansus by the winter door. Not all the dead enter the mansus at all. This was the Rose of Hypatia, right? Yes. And we've gained a lesson in weaving and not working, and some solace. Hold on, don't we have quite a few... what's weaving and not working? Heart and moth. So... we'd need the lesson and a memory in one of those, which we do have on hand right now. Solace. And yeah, we can upgrade this, which means we're finally going to have another skill we can commit on the Tree of Wisdoms. Plus, the Rose of Hypatia will have to... hold on. Perhaps I should organize these books like so. So down here I can then place the... oh, god damn it. The aesthetically tainted books. And up here the regular ones. Because I do have quite a few of those now. So that's 1. That's... no, wait, this is witch worms. Even worse. Okay, where do I put these? Preferably somewhere else entirely. Maybe... yeah, maybe I'll actually put them here. Yeah, maybe I'll put, still tainted but already mastered books over here. And then I have these 2. I was reading through the Cultist Simulator wiki and... ah, yeah, I think I heard about that. I still haven't played Exile, but I think, yeah, actually... I may have, while browsing the wiki some time ago myself, come across that name in that context. Or maybe not, maybe I'm just misremembering. Okay, it's already dusk, so... do we still have Yeah, maybe not. Maybe let's not risk it. Maybe let's put her to work right away. The fallen bells. Someone has smashed the headstalks of the bells so that they fell on the floor here. The stone is cracked beneath them. The noise must have been unbearable. One has fallen against the stairs to the tower top. And then... hold on, wasn't there any further... those indignities, right, and those were the moon books. That was the moon canister that we still can't read because we don't have a phonograph. I see. And then for the next weaving and not working lesson, and the next purification and exaltation lesson, we may have to get a bit creative. I just really hope the next season isn't Numa, or else... well, I just hope that isn't the case. Hold on, and now... we could now finally actually put this to work with some nectar to beverage, I guess. So... oh yeah, right, we had already set something aside for that. I think it was the... yeah, the Lambic Bro... well, whatever this is. Broceliande, I think. Distilled from apples in the oldest forest of the Western continent. Apples in the Western continent? Okay, but those definitely aren't... I mean, I'm assuming Western continent means the New World, but apples definitely wouldn't be native there. Or maybe it means Europe. Who knows? So yeah, now we can cure that. Weaving and not working. This skill is now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased. Birdsong and the Bosque. Birdsong, music, riddles, miscellanea. Less a wisdom, more a body of gossip hallowed by accretion. A sniffy scholar once remarked, "The Bosque, the wisdom of the primeval wood, rarely written, often felt." Okay, so let's see. The Bosque. This would give us more health. What endures? Cut a thread, and the tapestry must be healed. Bosque renews the weave. Or Birdsong, which would give us more core. Cut a thread, and the tapestry remains. Birdsong follows the thread. Exuberance, instinct, rhythm, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. Actually, yeah, I'm thinking getting more core is actually, I would say, yeah, I think I'd go with Birdsong for this. Ta-da! One more soul card. Wait, maybe that wasn't the most intelligent thing, seeing as how we have another lesson in weaving. Whatever. It's been so long since we've committed a skill. I just needed this. After so long. Okay, and for the next memory, for the next lesson, we'd need 2 memories appropriate. That shouldn't be so difficult in that case. It will be more difficult for this. Wait, where did our memory solace go? Do we... what did we use that for? Oh, for the weaving and not working, didn't we? Maybe that was a mistake. Since that also had sky. we could use it for the next purifications and exaltations, but oh well. I'm sure there'll be more opportunities to gain some. And now lastly, let's actually... I want to go through the other tools we have at our disposal to see what kind of memories we get from them. Investigate. Investigate the object. Dusk. Night has fallen. Dawn will come soon. Which of these memories do we actually want to preserve? I think the only really useful one to us at the moment is sight. But then again, we can also get sight pretty easily from the mirror scope. Still, I think, still better than the other ones, and it means we won't have a... Never mind, we're still curing a malady, so we don't have the opportunity to dream on a memory anyways. Oh, okay, so this also gives us memory sight. Each key has its lock, Serena Blackwood once said. Sounds much grander than what they say Sounds much grander than when we say that every spanner has its nut, but both remain true. Okay, that also gets us sight. Aha. Bells. Giver, Teller, Sure's Tongue, Lady Janice, and the Great Paycock. What? Are the names of these bells. Okay. Though they're older than the Abbey itself, and those names have certainly been corrupted over the years. Yeah, I think so. By 1915, Sure's Tongue and Lady Janice were too cracked to ring, and the Suppression Bureau paid them to be recast. Serena Blackwood's quid pro quo for the assistance she gave George Cullors with the Lock Project. Okay, so... this was... Okay, they didn't say when this was, but this was in 1915, okay. We have the bells, which are... Okay, they're pretty much the exact same thing as the Great Clock, I think, just with different aspects. And otherwise, there seems to be very little here. And the final room, the word-cursed spiral. 7 years ago, someone pronounced a curse here in the name of the sun and its many selves. This place was not the curse's target, nor was I, but its poison fills the air around me. I should not enter here until it's cleansed. Yeah. Both in-game and I think if I click often enough on here for in real life too. Okay. Let's speed things along. We're curing our Fost here. Dusk. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. What kind of weather do we have today? Gale. Trees bend, walls creak, travelers bend low against the blast. Infected Shapt. Which I don't think we ever had Infected Shapt, did we? Might be off on that. Okay, we have a gale today. Trees bend, walls creak, travelers bend low against the blast. So, for one, this is very powerful in both Sky and Heart. So, maybe we can unlock another Heart room. Or, alternatively, we can also try and use it for purifications and exaltations, since that takes Sky and Lantern. But that seems a bit more difficult, I think. However, if we use it for unlocking rooms, say we get Miss Skilla again, then we give her the core. That's already 3 with the bowl, that's 4 with the gale, that's 7 with the ham, that's 9. So do we have any 9 heart things to unlock here? 8, 8, 7, 10. That's not heart. Could have sworn there was something akin to 9 heart here somewhere. Oh, wasn't this 9 heart? Oh yeah, the root-thronged descent. That's something we can unlock today. So, core the first, plus a florin for Mrs. Killer. Ah, okay. I see. I get it. That makes... yeah, that certainly sounds, unpleasant. Hold on, and there's also these books that we might read today. Like Mystery Edge. This goes after Shopped and Whist, so if we instead use our metal... along with the Purifications and Exalt... nope. Which one? Ah, the Auroral Contemplations, that was the Edge one. And then... I guess we'd need... ah yes, if we just use the... thingy, we're at 5 edge, and then with the second metal we can easily get to 6 edge. Edge, a contention, perhaps. We've provided edge, but not enough to match Mystery Edge. If we're lucky, we might still succeed. Okay, so let's get this going. Acusis is a malady of the soul in which the door, shopped, cannot be closed. The doors of my soul have opened too wide. Every sound rings like a bell. Every word scratches at my eyes or skin. Yeah, okay, I see, I see. Yeah, that would certainly suck going there then. Now, we also have our Fast Core Fettrist. I think... yeah, let's use our Whist for letters since we're using the metal elsewhere. Then the Fet we'll use for cataloging as always. Not here. Okay, I guess that that table is currently in use, so we'll use the Trist instead. Trist. This catalog, a solar period work, and then wasn't one of these also Rose? No, I guess not. Okay. Maybe a bit. There's certainly... I'm wondering if it's going to change at all as we progress into the, I guess, mid-game? I don't know, maybe we're already in the mid-game. Because it did change a bit at the beginning, but yeah, we're still just, you know, unlocking more rooms through the same methods. I would have thought that by now we'd have more to do in terms of consultation and stuff like that, but maybe that's something waiting for us later on. Oh, speaking of, actually, since it's now spring, yearly stipend. The yearly stipend from St. Rowan's has arrived, along with the usual rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. Oh yes, I will. What's happening in the world beyond Brankrug? What visitors will the season bring? The affairs of the Friar's Tapestry, right. So, Connie came first, who knows who can come this time. An iron spintria and a £1 note. Alright, the tin spintria now. Right, okay. And Mrs. Killer, as always. Let's give her the core first. and then the the kitchen bowls, then the gale, and then the ham, and then we can get down into, what was it? Right, the root-thronged descent. Alright, a Mystery Moon 4 book, The Moon's Egg, the third and last volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. Okay, and hold on. Here is edge a contention, so we have to keep track of this one to make sure we apply our metal in time. First, the tool here. Proffer a tool. There we go. Now, back to this. And if all goes well, we'll just be able to supply our second metal. Alternatively, relevant furniture, memory, or it's educational. Okay, so not soul, but instead furniture, which that should certainly be possible. Yeah, like, isn't in the dining hall the knife, isn't this furniture? I guess not. Okay. But what is? We'll need to look for some edge here anywhere. Hold on. There we go. What glows here? Ah, like this table, for example. Severe chair, unfussy marsh green upholstery. An edge chair, I can't imagine that's very comfortable. You'd think that that'd keep you on edge. Wait, okay, memories first. But, okay, that's not something we can supply. Also, we have a new visitor. Dr. Yvette Southey. Don't think we've ever spoken... Oh, no. Have we? Oh, no. Okay, so she was already here for The Rising While. Playwright, philologist... psychoanalyst, as happy with questions as with answers. Is there someone en route to Hush House? Yes, there is. And she's also a scholar in Echricapian, understands this elegant language well enough to read or teach it. With Greek, with 𝐁𝐞𝐥𝐵. Pretty sure, yeah, she's the one that taught us that. And then Latin. And she also taught us Echricapian. Right, right. Okay. So she'll probably need a moon book. Yeah, I know. We do have this... Was it this one? Yeah, this severe chair here. Hold on. Is this one going to be... the furniture one? No. Okay, this one. Okay. Whew. The tools boosted their aspects appropriately. So we're at 4 now. Then next thing's going to be the gale. Talk about the weather. Timepiece and recovery. Okay, my Faust is back up. Or I guess at least healed. It's still fatigued, but you know, whatever. Then the whist. We'll probably not use that today, so let's keep working. Right, and there's also the moon's egg here, which... the tryst is 1 moon, then this is 2 moon. Don't suppose we have a moon tool or a moon memory at the moment. No. Yeah, in this case, I guess an uncomfortable enough chair to... Ah, I see now. Okay, that should be more than doable, but I'll need... I think I'll need my tryst back, unfatigued. Or, you know, a memory. Then the fat, still not up for use, unless... Is this rose? No, it's not. It's moon as well. Okay. Still trying to... It's odd that we haven't unlocked any new desks in a while. I'm just realizing, but okay. Whatever. Yeah, right, we still... I want to serve him something at some point, but... A conquest! Exclamation point. Yeah, we have everything here. Good, good, good. The poem elliptically describes a war between beasts, weather phenomena, and arcane concepts. It's quite specific about their tactics. The two one joined and the horned distinguished. Consequently, blood. We have... Deberes Mororum, of course, which is now mastered. And we have a lesson in Disciplines of the Scar. And a memory of contradiction, something uncomfortable. Okay, so that means we can upgrade another skill with... What kind of thing can we use? Metal and Ereb. Let's use the Ereb. And then if we upgrade this, we can finally also commit it, yes. And then the other lessons are going to be a bit more difficult, of course. We're slowly also getting enough soul cards that it's worth slowly going to be worth considering upgrading some of these or merging them, I guess. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. And yeah, now lastly the ham. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Let's put these down here. Disciples of the Scar. To master boundaries through their determination, the Scar marks wisdom and regrets. One is often born from the other. Okay. So... Hushery. The great art of hushery understands the beauty of silence and of its sundering. And illumination. Illuminates, purify the self and its surroundings. Eventually, they often cease to see any difference between the two. So, illumination, which... Yeah, the auroral contemplations, we could then right away commit to illuminations too. So, this would give us fast... And Hushery... Oh, okay, Hushery is already taken up anyways, so... Yeah, let's actually do this. There is a chance that the oral contemplations will then also give us more fast, but... well, in that case we have a lot of fast. Not the worst thing, seeing how Lantern is our strongest aspect, so... To know what will pass in what no, wait. The Scar. The Mansis is the fortress of dreams where the true hours rule, and nowhere is the Scar beneath. Beneath it were the nowhere hours lair. Without the hours above, that scar would be an open wound. So the bright arts teach us. Yeah, a sign. And then right away, Auroral Contemplations. Yeah, more Fost, unsurprisingly. Oh well. The first sunrise, yesterday's light, determines the colors of tomorrow, and through illumination we learn that we all began in light. Okay, so now we have 4 Fost, which means we might see to upgrading it. Attuned Fost. This skill is attuned to my Fost. When you've committed this skill to the tree, you gained Fost. Find somewhere with a matching evolve aspect, and you can use the skill once only to combine 2 Fost cards into a stronger card. So, find somewhere with a matching evolve aspect. What does that mean? Somewhere. I think... hold on. Somewhere means a workstation. Or was it a memory? No, I think... it's a while ago, but I think, hold on. Wait, the telescope isn't attuned to lantern? That's strange. Okay, in that case... something like the mirrors, for example. Oh. Disciples of the Scar with Prentice level lantern creates Dear Day lens. Or for scholarly level, right. Light memory fatigued. Memory. A lesson persistent moth. Okay, no, that's not it. I could swear there was some kind of crafting table that allowed me to potentially upgrade some things. Attuned Fost. Find somewhere with a matching evolve aspect, but I think, yeah, something somewhere early in the game. I don't remember where exactly. Maybe it was the desk, but no, I would need to be able to... yeah, it needs to be some kind of... needs to be some kind of place where I can put both, yeah, a place like this, honestly, because if I remember correctly, you can put 2 Fost cards to combine them, and then... okay, that's the only option here. I think... was it memories that allowed me to upgrade? I'm not quite sure. Hold on, let me use one of my fets to get an occult scrap, because I think the occult scrap or something similar had that vaunted upgrade aspect. A journey to the Grove. Black Eli, who much later became Damascene matriarch of the Sisterhood of the Knot, recounts her journey to the Grove of the Green Immortals. Bloodlines. If I open this book at the right page, I'll find words that slowly ooze blood. Over time, those words increase in number. This infestation can affect our Ereb and Khor, and spread to nearby objects. We can remove it with a skill that's effective against infestations and at least 7 moth. Okay. So, yet another infested book, but luckily not one that affected us in this case. And okay, let's put one of our Fosts here to work. Okay, I mean, if nothing else, we can at least do craft that Deer Day device. I am kind of curious what that will... Hold on, never... Actually, let's use the... Okay, so specifically with... Okay. So specifically with the Fost, it will craft a Deer Day lens. And if we use anything else, it'll be Refulsion. Because this skill... Okay, but it doesn't tell us anymore that this skill is good for crafting something specific. But, okay. I guess. Yeah, let's test this. And the midwife, Mrs. Killer, is now at 9, so we can get into the... What was it? Yes, the root-thronged descent. So yeah, we'll throngle the roots soon enough. A journey to the grove, which is infested by bloodlines. Interesting. Interesting concept. And then, yes, we also had the Elations of Lamentius. Okay. The Moon's Egg. We'll read that first thing tomorrow with our 2 trysts. But till then, yeah, today it's gonna be difficult since we just have 1 tryst and we'll probably need the other one to get over the finish line. Hold on, are we currently working in the Sweet Bones? Yes, we are. Okay, good. Occult Scrap. Persistent Omen. Yeah. Evolve via Auramachistry. I could use Auramachistry with this to evolve my soul. Once we've committed a skill to the Auramachistry wisdom, we can use that skill with this to combine 2 identical soul cards into a greater one. But we must use the skill we've attuned to that wisdom, and the attunement will only work once. So... Hold on. Auramachistry. What have we attuned to Auramachistry? Currently just the Inks of Containment. And they're attuned to metal, so we could use Inks of Containment, Occult Scrap, and 2 metal to fuse them. Okay. But that does raise the question, where do I get other kinds of memories like this? Because Occult Scrap is the only one that I've gained thus far. Because you get Occult Scraps from pretty much almost everywhere. And the other stuff, I don't even know if I've ever found another memory that has... Yeah, I think. The question is, where do we find more of those? Because these are lessons. Not, you know. Oh, we do have this moth tool here, I completely forgot. Which actually, hold on, let's study this thing. Then, either today or tomorrow we'll also... Oh, Memory Revelation. Let me think. We need... Oh, Heart or Moth for this. Which the Occult Scrap is to Moth. Potential. There's potential there. Mm. Hello there, got a moment? If there's an incident card active, I can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty to offer a consultation. Okay. So, if I do this right away, I'll get another occult scrap, which will get rid of this one, so I'll actually wait a bit more. And instead I'll speak to Mrs. Killer, because if we're lucky we'll get either a heart or moth memory from this, and then we can upgrade the weavings and not working. Hold on, and our fat, let's also use that. Come on. To catalog yet more works of the solar period. Much older than much of the house, but still remarkably sharp. Memory touch. Okay. Actually, yeah, let's, so we don't really have that much else to do today. Let's feed, the chicken, why don't we? With, you know, for example... Oh! And that does actually remind me, we have the bees. Oh, okay, this is... if we want to feed them, we need to speak to them. But, yeah, the bees... Hold on. Bees, like librarians, are not to be trifled with. So yeah, this one... And... which one would be ideal here? Maybe, yeah, coil and chasm. Gather in spring, honey or beeswax, if I'm careful. Oh, that'll take a while. Hopefully, maybe it'll be done before sunrise. Dear Day Lens, a fiendishly simple and wretchedly fragile optical device. It's glass, it's a device, it's edge, it's lantern, and it's sky. And it's a tool. So once only we can use this to boost someone's lantern or sky, which is very good to remember. Yeah, Furs and Feathers only has one scale and no thingy, no nectar, so I went with the other one instead. Lantern and forge. Fixing and mending. Now, do we talk to her a final time today? I think so, yeah. One more time talking with her, and then we'll put her to work in the root-thronged descent. Also having to think, I think the memory of Revelation we save. Hold on, we're currently at Purifications and Exaltations 4. The occult scrap is 1, the memory revelation is 2, the memory foresight is 3. Hold on. Oh, but we don't have the necessary soul cards today anymore, do we? Shit. Oh, no. Quickly, do we still have time? Oh god, and we're currently... No, we're not using our bed, we're using this. If we... quickly... try to... restore our fast. And also use this core to... and the mirror scope to get sight. And hold on. Let's pour. Ah, come on. Ugh. Hold on. Where are you? Pieces, glasses of water. Okay, I guess... Hold on, let's actually... Can this spread? No, it can't. So do I want to put this with the other 10 books? I guess I could put it over here. And then... Pitcher. Pour out a glass. Of aisle water. Hold on. Ugh, let's... this, then we'll take the aisle water in our inventory. Then we try to restore one of our fasts with the aisle water. And I wonder if there's any way to speed this up. If more high quality thingies give us a quicker recovery, but I'm not sure. I'll just hope that we can get this done before the day ends. Okay, we have more books. Malachite Supplications. Prayers addressed to the Malachite by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. Moon 8. Okay. Not quite in our reach yet, so let's put it with the other 8 works. Actually, that's full, so... Where did we put the new 8 works? Here. There we go. Right, and the other piece of... the other glass of water. Let's put it on the windowsill here, next to our current bed. Oh, this is gonna be a close one if... Memory gossip. Okay, not too useful. Let's put her to work. In the root-thronged descent. The roots here are a labyrinth of years. How long is it since anyone passed this way? Who knows? Memory sight. Yeah, now... Purifications and Exaltations requires a soul card with Sky or Lantern, because we would have theoretically enough memories now to upgrade this, but I didn't think of that in time. Anything else we can do today? No, just pray and hope that will be that this will be done in time. I think, yeah, okay, just barely we should be fine. Since it's not yet completely night. Now it's night, and night takes, I think, 30 seconds. Alright, I deserve a little quiet time. Okay, and now with this fast, using it this late in the day will of course mean that we won't have it tomorrow, but I'm fine with that. Huh? Oh no, this was... Oh no. Completely wrong. Oh god. This was sky, not moth. I mixed it up. Okay, I guess it didn't matter. Anyways. Honey or beeswax? Okay, some honey. If we ever find some beeswax, we'll be able to actually get things from that. Okay, so we did that for nothing. Which of these do I want to save? I think Revelation, since that one's pretty difficult to get otherwise. Okay. Is it too late to dream on a memory? Oh, I can't even dream on Revelation because it's not... Okay, then I guess I'll dream on Foresight. Oh, okay. Okay, then. If that's how it's going to be, that's how it's going to be. Yeah, bit of a gaffe on my part. I guess in that case I might as well get this out of the way. A patient of mine is troubled by a dream of a lake. He swims out, he dives, he is reborn beneath the moon. We identified it just last month as Gladwin Lake. He has never been there. He wants to go. And now, just now, I hear about this business of the tapestry and the rite. Try a book with as much mystery moon as their moon interest. So, yeah. Relevance moon. And we do have a moon book here somewhere that I think we've already also lent to Connie Lee. Yeah, this one was the one for the Rising While, and then another one we lent out for this affair. Which one was that? This one. The Viennese Conundra. This has helped me a little. I still have no idea what to tell my patient, but I think now that he will go, whatever happens. That seems to be the shape of these things. Always the tide. Wasn't it whiling on my rise till I moon? Since it was moon relevant. Okay, tomorrow. I wonder if I inspect this, do I get some kind of activate? I wonder if this will get me a unique lantern memory. Yes? Let's speed things along. Okay, I guess I'll have to say goodbye to all these memories come dawn. Oh, that does remind me, however, we have the new room, Deep Well Descent. Each of the great roots here carries a garden of fruiting fungus. Great black bumblebees buzz improbably between them, gathering spores, droning peace. and Atlantic amber, sunset's colors, pine's blood. A gem of 3 lantern. Okay, some sand. And a package, tall parcel, tightly wrapped in oilcloth. Maybe we have enough time to unwrap this today. Something tasty. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. Okay, we don't, but that's okay. Now, do we have anything else here? No, seems like that was it. And now, the wheel-filled spring. The pool here is filled with rusting and rotting wheels. Was this some attempt to block it? Or were the wheels thrown down the well above as... offerings? In either case, it'll need to be cleaned out, and suitable offerings made to appease the powers to whom this place is holy. Yeah, from this thing, I think. Since we're drawing water from the Hush House well, and that goes all the way down here into the wheel-filled spring. So, yeah, I'm guessing these are probably offerings, since you'll recall in Cultist Simulator, in the things we found in the woods were both the well and the Temple of the Wheel. That seems too much to be a coincidence. Also, what period is this? That's a period symbol we haven't seen yet. Who's afraid of a few rusting and rotting wheels in your water supply? I'm sure it's fine. I hope it's fine. Trust me, it's oh god. Okay. Now, first things today, the moon's egg. Have we a moon? Do we have a moon table somewhere? Oh yeah, this one, okay. So, this, and then... Moon. This one... I think this one gave us... Okay, 2 moon, this is 4 moon. So, yeah, with this, we have moon assemblance. Perhaps we've provided moon, but not enough to match mystery moon. If we're lucky, we might still succeed. So yeah, let's try this, and then get, employ our second tryst to, you know, employ our second tryst to, get over the finish line, or alternatively some furniture. Yeah, it's the rust-ick flavor. Oh, another gale. Which means... we could use the gale with the... Hold on. Oh, yeah, that's it. Okay, we can use the occult scrap with the lesson in weaving and not working to get to level 3 here. And, yeah, I guess with the purifications and exaltations, that's going to be a bit more difficult. But, okay. Then here, yeah, we'll have to use health. I want to see if I can't get some... beeswax at long last to make some new candles. Yeah. That's funny. I was also thinking of Gale. I haven't played it. I plan to. Technically, I'm still playing Divinity Original Sin. Originally, I wanted to finish that one first, but I'm not so sure if I'll get around to that. Oh yeah, also there's this book, which should also be... Oh, I guess that's something we can use the occult scrap on. Hold on. Which one of these tables was... There we go. Occult scrap, and then... What does this affect? Yeah, maybe, but the thing is, if I stream Baldur's Gate, I'm not gonna be streaming another game for at least several years afterwards. It's like, and there are some other games I wanted to maybe think about streaming, but yeah, maybe that's a maybe that's a project to think about. I wanted to create a Discord server sooner or later anyways. Maybe that would be a great opportunity to put it to a vote what people want to see next after this game. Or maybe, you know, intermittently with this game. Since there's a fair few other games that I've also deliberately been holding out on because I maybe want to scream and stream them. Okay, now the set obtained goes against shopped and health. Okay, so we can use our fet without any worry. And then this. A gate flung wide. I'm a match for this book. Enough knock to match mystery knock. What was this again? The Raptures of Forculus, the first volume of Abbot Jeffrey's hypothetical theological debates in the Socratic mode. The Great Signs and the Great Scars. Okay. Yeah, but both that I'll hyperfixate and that it'll that, you know, a playthrough. If I start a playthrough on stream, I'll probably also want to finish it. And I know how big Baldur's Gate is, and I'm a completionist when it comes to games like that. So I'll probably take several hundred hours to beat it. Okay. So currently we're unwrapping this thing. Then we're also working on several books right now. Hold on, what was that? Knock, a gate flung wide. And something just flew out of here, didn't it? Moon, a semblance, question mark. Or was I just... Right, we've carried the memory through the next night. And on the friar's tapestry, a patient of mine is troubled by a dream. Right, we've already read this. This has helped a little. We get a bronze spintre for our troubles, and our guest is gone. Oh, yeah, and of course, there's also the question, what do we use the gale for? There are some potentialities with sky here, actually. This is 9 sky. The rector, he doesn't have sky inherently, but there are some sky candles, I think. Maybe I've used up all of those. It's also possible. And of course with heart, there's always Mrs. 𝐁𝐿𝐴. So yeah, if we 8 heart, so that'll be... Yeah, we could get in here pretty easily with some ham and such. Or into the wrecked pantry with just the gale. Hold on, Mrs. 𝐁𝐿𝐴 has 1, the gale has 3, so that's 4. With the core, that's 6. With the bowl, that's 7. So we can get into the wrecked pantry. Yeah, let's do that. We won't even need to use a ham. Yeah, that's also right. We're currently doing that actually. So what can we do here? Okay, neither of these. Currently thinking what to do with our remaining soul cards today. Well, first things first, we'll talk to her with the core. Oh, hello. Hello, Smurfton. Good to see you. We've progressed a little bit, as you might see. Oh. Schloss Janningsbottle. Okay. I was hoping for maybe a bit more, something a bit more spectacular from that thingy, that box, but I'll take it. And then this more money. Sure. I'll take it. Then the whist. Yeah, we won't need that today. Then next up would be the Gale. Then the tool, and then yeah, we'd already be done. Yeah. I shall do as you command. Oh, apologies for that noise. Whoop. This is a 6 mystery knock. Potentially also possible to breach. This one less so. The world does not weep. Brown Joshua found this in a well in Hamath. There's an unlikely story that it was abandoned by Alexander during his retreat from Issus. I remember that. Hold on, didn't we already read this? Or something like that? Well, in any case, let's put it here. And, alright, the Bellis Mororum, let's also put that with the other... Yeah, this was the second Witchworm book, so... And this Mystery 6 knock. Without any Shapt, that's going to be difficult. Or I guess we could we could accept a corruption of Shapt, but probably not. So we have a new Divine Inspiration, Epiphany, only connect memory. Okay, that's... Okay, we would need a memory of Edge. We don't have that. Okay, so probably this isn't going to work. Oh wait, it was Moon a culmination. Okay, never mind. We actually got through there. Yeah, now I remember. It was the Moon 4, the Moon's Egg. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. And then, lastly, the bowl. There we go. And then we have the 7 heart that we need to get into the wrecked pantry. Smashed glass and shattered timber. This room can be restored, and there'll be salvageable provisions tucked away in the wreckage. But I'll need someone with strong arms and a patient heart. Actually, it'll be a good idea to restore that. Ah, beeswax. It begins as a flower. Beeswax can be used to make candles if you have a skill with the chandlery aspect. And we do. Okay, so... beeswax, that's scale and moth. Now, we need a workstation with those aspects. So, the alchemist's glassware is out. What aspects does this have? Okay, no. Also not an option. I guess the kitchen, maybe? And then pyroglyphics. Ah, I can't apply pyroglyphics here. This is gonna be difficult. Just to find a workbench we can do this at. Like this one has lantern and forge, but it doesn't have moth or scale. The one down here... Right, this was also... Oh, I thought this was a work of... Well... Yeah, maybe. Just don't question it too much. Oh, the foundry. That one has... Well, it's fuel, but... Still. If I add, for example, metal, make a beeswax candle. Okay, no. We can, in fact, make a beeswax candle here. Unfortunately, typically on the top row at a workstation requires... Oh, I didn't... Oh yeah, that's true actually. So we just need a forge workstation, then. Forge... Yeah. That is true. And perhaps... Hold on. This has forge, so... Hieroglyphics... Because, yeah, here we can get a lot more... Make a beeswax candle, and now we can finally, at long last, use all those flowers that we've gathered to make some more interesting candles, I think. Like, for example, a knock candle, or... Yeah, a knock candle actually wouldn't be too... A moth orchid scented candle to bring dreams. Yeah, this is a knock candle, which is good because the rector already has moth. Has knock, then you can take the candle and yeah. What was this? Alright, The Moon's Egg, the third and last volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. Let me jot this down. Like so. I'm reading. Abbot Thomas speaks of the coming death he hears in the sound of the waves, but rejoices that his blood will water the egg of the moon, by which he seems to mean the future. The egg of the moon. Huh. The future. And then, the last chapter was dictated, not written, by Abbot Thomas. When Thomas' old sword brother Ṭighve returned to raid the abbey, Thomas had broken his monastic oaths and taken up arms to defend the abbey. The two had both been mortally wounded. Thomas's last words are, "The wheel turns, the moon sleeps." Hold on, weren't the two dueling swords in the dueling hall named after them? These two. No, this was Dear Day and Torg, not Thomas and Tig. With Fraser, Natalia, Merad. Okay. I mean, it's a specifically hard tool because cake time. And Confounding Parable. The moth, the grail, and the egg unhatching all tell different stories of the world's beginning. One of those stories is the oldest, but it may not be the first. Abbess Nonna. And then, because this is sky, so this we can actually use for this, but first we have Lesson of Pearl and Tide. I've gained more understanding of Pearl and Tide. Use this card with Consider. And then for this we'd need, since it's currently level, it's currently level 2, so we'd need 2 memories of Heart and Moth. Okay, so first let's do this, then Purifications and Exaltation, we need 4. We have 2 already. If we get somehow a third one and then memory site, we can get purifications and exaltations higher. Okay, let's hope for that. Am I currently working at the Sweet Bones? Yes, I am. 6 acquired. Hold on, I'll need to preserve at least 1 Fost. The metal, however, we won't use today, I think. Yeah. So there. And then it's still midday, so let's actually try to get more beeswax. A gate flung wide. This was The Raptures of Forculus, the first volume of Abbot Geoffrey's hypothetical theological debates in the Socratic mode. There we go. If Janus were an hour, Forculus might be counted among his names, but that door remains closed, so Forculus is not. Cryptic as always. Apologies for the delay, I'm trying to... Geoffrey discusses the signs that mark doors, which might permit or forbid access to certain thoughts and dreams, speculating carefully on which of the sanctioned hours might teach or govern each sign. Signs that mark doors. Okay. Memory pattern. Something fits just right. Some very unusual memories I'm getting lately. And then the great signs and the great scars. I've gained more understanding of the great signs and the great scars. Yeah, which of the sanctioned... I wonder what he means by that. If it's... Was this guy from... Maybe he was from the congregation, since they only recognized some of the hours. The great signs and the great scars. Grail and knock. Interesting. A lot of knock... no wait, this isn't actually knock. This is rose, sky, and moon. The tools boosted their aspects appropriately. Okay, since it's still early-ish in the day, I'll talk to Mrs. Killer a bunch, because maybe we get the memories we need for our upgrades. Pearl and tide, the depths of the sea, the waves upon the shore, and the memories of their withdrawal. Moon and rose. We don't actually have that many rose skills yet, do we? Never mind, we do. I mean, I guess you would more hit the sanctioned hours with... It's a bit confusing, though. Okay, this was a aesthetically tainted book that I've mastered, so let's put this here. Then, with our fet, let's... Well, come on. Come now. The last solar book actually here. I wonder if we... If we use this up, might we get a unique lantern or sky card from this? Activate this. Use the, this will use it up. Nothing will remain. Let's try it. Since we know how to make more pretty easily. Moth Orchid Scented Candle. A candle scented with moth orchid. Memory regret. No, not what we need. What is it? Yeah, none of these need winter or forge. Yeah, It's the Witchworm Museum. And this was also mastered. Okay, this isn't even infected, so we can just put this with the regular books. Right, none of the ones that remain here are infected, no. And then let's actually stock up on new solar books. There were still a few left here. Okay, no, this is Dawn. Weren't there a few more solar books here? I guess not. Huh. So I guess that means we'll have to move on to Dawn books now, which I'm a bit, I don't know, bit hesitant on, since, I don't know, we have one more solar book, one last solar book. Right, this was the 14th degree. Wait, was this infected by anything? No. Okay, so put that there. This here, and then with our tryst, I suppose we can... Yeah, with our tryst, we can catalog the last solar book at our disposal. Commandments for the preservation of all that exists. Black Eli, Damascene matriarch of the Sisterhood of the Knot, was imprisoned by the Emperor Didius Julianus. She reportedly instructed that these secret doctrines be recorded in writing to preserve against their loss. Regrettably, the story goes, Didius Julianus ordered that the work be entombed with her in an unmarked sepulchre. Yeah, that's true. We do have our metal. Okay, even more regret. Okay, so that thing only gave us regret, which is a shame. And now, where can I fit this? Come on. Feisty little book. Mystery Heart 14. So these are the 14s, yes. Should probably rename this then. There we go, and this was Mystery Knock 6, but it does have the Static Taint, which means we can't use our Shapt on it, which is the only soul with Knock, which makes this a little bit more complicated. But I guess if we have an Occult Scrap and the Preliminal Meter, that's already 5 Knock, so with a little luck, that could work. Yeah, that's also true. I guess, yeah, I'll try using... I'll try just using the Preliminal Meter and an Occult Scrap with it, and then if I can commit a piece of furniture or a memory, I'll do that, and if not, then I'll use the Shapt. Yeah, the thing is, to cleanse the book, I also need Knock. Even more Knock than to read it, so that's kind of the catch-22 there. Okay. Really hoping that she gives me a moth, or no, what was it? A sky or a lantern memory. Okay, the fast. Okay, the whist definitely. Memory fear. Damn it, okay. Come on. Just all I'm asking, one lantern or sky. I don't know, I haven't tried yet. Maybe it's best to not do that. I could imagine they'd get a bit peeved. Medusa's lament on the death of the hour called Seven Coils, the father of the mother. 14 scale. Okay. Let's actually put this here as well. These were 8. We're really not... I guess, hold on. Mystery Moon 6, still difficult. Mystery Winter 6, maybe more doable. Hold on. Winter 2. Which of these has winter? Winter 2 again. So, oh, damn it. So that's just, well, it's only 2. Maybe if we can get both of our Wists there. Yeah, that's true. Regret 2. So if we dream on that one, we could maybe do it tomorrow. Yeah, that's a possibility. So yeah, Mystery 6 Winter should be doable. Mystery Moon 6 difficult. Mystery Nectar 6 we'd need a very specific memory. One that I'm not even sure exists, since we don't have a Nectar desk. Okay, some more honey. I'll take it, I'll take it. Yeah, I gathered as much. Memory intuition. You just know. You know? Okay, come on. Can't be that hard to get, like, a single lantern or sky memory. A single one, that's all I ask. Otherwise, I don't think there's much... Oh, what's going on now? Oh god. I think the game just... Oh, oh god. What the hell was that? Yeah, book-transmitted diseases are no joke. As is whatever that just was. It just, that kind of spooked me, honestly. But it seems the game has caught itself again. Memory satisfaction. Oh, come on. Okay, one last time. I'll try one last time to talk to her. Can she just straight up not give me hindsight? Okay, I give up. Let's get her to the wrecked pantry. Smashed glass and shattered timber. This room can be restored, and there'll be salvageable provisions tucked away in the wreckage. But I'll need someone with strong arms and a patient heart. Okay. In that case, we'll lose all of these memories, rare as they are. Yep, it's just not enough. I mean, I guess we can at least acquire this thing, if nothing else. And then... I mean, we do have enough... do we? No, we don't even have enough memories, heart and moth memories for the weaving and not working. Oh man. Okay, night has fallen. We want to preserve... Well, question is, what can we preserve? One of these memories. So memory pattern is also an option, but no, we don't need that one. It's a shame about memory confounding parables, since this one seems pretty rare, but I guess... foresight. Which I wish I had a bit more of for this game. Okay, we have a lot of honey here. Currently... Okay, but at this point I probably shouldn't work at the Sweet Bones anymore, it's getting late. The great signs and the great scars. Some glyphs are too obscure to reside in any language, but too potent to remain unwritten. Oh, this is another Oromachistry skill, but it's not committed to anything, so we can't use it with the occult scrap. Hold on, yeah, I know it's too late in the night. Well... It is what it is. There go all of those memories. Oh boy. Okay, at least we still have the foresight. And now, what does the weather hold today? Rain. Oh, hold on, this is... soft rain brings life. This is a Nectar Grail memory, which might mean... Do we have a Grail desk? I think not. Great, okay. Oh, and we also have the pantry now. Pantry, this room is close to the roots of the house, and so it had a troubled reputation with the servantry, who late at night might hear the pulse of an unseen drum, the buzzing of flies, voices crying out in tongues unknown, and so the servants would trade favours not to be the one to fetch spices for his lordship's posset after dark. Okay, wow, this is a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Mainly some contraband jetsam. What's the... flotsam... What's the difference between flotsam and jetsam? Flung overboard in fruitive haste. I guess jetsam is something jettisoned. That's what I would guess, at least. Something renounced. Who threw this overboard? So let's open some of these. We have Evening Isles coffee, we have Cuckoo honey, Domaine Ravelin, Schloss Jannings, Dawnline coffee, TRNN, drinking cocoa, flour, Eigengrau, if Grey Dawn oil were drinkable, Slow gin bottle, homemade berry. I wonder how many servings this thing these things have, because scrumpy. The West Country's most unregenerate achievement, perhaps at its best when pressed from stolen apples. More ham, nice. Rose pearls, surprisingly common in these waters. Dawn wine, phosphorescent scrapings, rendered inert but still luminous. Pickled plichards, veiled goddess lapsang, pumpkin, soft amber pumpkin, more beeswax, oh nice, basket of vegetables, a box of oddities, more marrows, cinnabar, pickled plichards, Gideon's soaks, a therapeutic collection of beneficial bottles. Whew, that's a lot of aspect. Okay, so if you want to start, if we ever wanted to start cooking, I guess now would be a good time to start, because these are a lot of ingredients. Blackberry jam. Yeah, this is a lot. Mixed with water for batter. We could try making a cake. Because if we flour and water along with some core, for example. Make batter, an ingredient for a higher purpose. So, okay, that doesn't... I want to see if we can make some cake. But I guess we'd need sugar for that. I don't know if we have that. Yeah, I think we just have honey. So let's actually try and order some of that. From, for example, here. Ham. Come on. Assentee sugar. There we go. Oh, an offer from Oriflammes. What's this? Forge 8, A Shape in Smoke. Ambrose Westcott's expedition on tobacco blending and the oracles of the pipe. Yeah, hold on, didn't we have a tin spintrier here somewhere? Okay, I guess it's been subsumed in the gold one. Yeah, let's buy this, because I think with the metal and then... Yeah, we have a... We do have some Forge 2 skills, don't we? I guess not. I guess all of our Forge skills are just one Forge. Okay, no, Pyroglyphics is 2 Forge, Metal is 2 Forge, and then with Foresight, I mean, or a similar memory, I guess we already have everything we need. Also, what do we want to use the rain today for? I don't think it's going to be that useful. Actually, hold on, rain is 2 Grail. Then, what can we unlock with Grail at this moment? 10 Grail here? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna recruit Mrs. Killer again, give her some ham, and then speak to her a bunch. In the hopes of getting memories again. So, like this. And then let's put our whist to work here. And if we had a winter memory, I suppose, then we could try and... Well, let's see, if we talk to Mrs. Killer, we might get some interesting memories from there. In the meanwhile... Yeah, I think there's not much else to do in the meanwhile. Order form... I think ordering a fair few bits of sugar at the start, probably not a bad idea. Let's just speak to her so. And then... hold on. So 2 sugars are currently on the order form. And then... what? Okay, 3 pieces of sugar, and I think I want to order 2 more pieces of ham as well. Where is it again? There it is. Collect, refill, order ham. And let's send this off to here. How much do we need? I think... oh yeah, exactly a half crown. Sugar, I guess, is a bit more expensive. And now... memory solace. Oh, that's a sky memory. Hold on, one thing I actually realized we might do with the rain is, since it's a nectar memory... Hold on, I know we have at least... Oh yeah, it's a nectar memory, but we can't use it in... Nectar 2, Nectar 1, and then one of these that is Nectar 2. I know there was one that was Nectar 2, but which one was that? I think herbs and... no? Spices and savors? Ah yeah, spices and savors. So if we use it with consider instead of a desk, we can put in whatever we want, including the rain. So that'll give us 5. And then maybe with some luck we can get the final piece of nectar some other way. So yeah, let's get the shadow in the stair ready. And then as soon as we've opened that box, we'll try that. Oh, also, we want to speak to Mrs. 𝐁𝐿 as soon as possible again, since we want to farm memories. Who threw this overboard? Abandoned luggage. Okay. So, in the box, another box. Great. And the upside of doing it here, of course, is that... it's also easier to keep track of. Nectar, a hedge of thorns, perhaps. Yeah, should be doable. If they ask for soul, we can get 1 more health. If they ask for anything else, that should be doable as well. Batter, add dripping for something horrifyingly tasting, or use with a knife and onions. Okay. We do have more dripping here. Somewhere, I think. Question mark? Dripping, dripping. I think in our original... yeah, here we have some dripping. So... with this. And some kitchenware. Yorkshire pudding. Oh, okay. I wonder if we had like something like sugar or something. Could we make cake batter? I guess hard to know as at the moment, since we don't have any sugar. At least I'm pretty sure. Yeah, let's wait on this a little bit more. I'll put the batter here. And the dripping here. What's done here now? Okay, that. Let's apply some of our Frost. Do we also want to make 1 more of those doohickeys in the mirror? Maybe. So, like so, and then Disciples of the Scar, a Deer Day lens. Can't hurt. And then, Memory Storm. That's another sky memory. Memory Solace, Memory Foresight, Memory Storm. And then, since currently at level 4, if we get the Memory Sight, I think that's everything we need, right? Yeah. Okay, okay. I guess this time we got lucky. Let's just talk to her some more. Actually, Let's build up her heart a bit. I want to get it to at least 5, ideally without using any consumables. So yeah, the last Faust we'll need to save for that. I guess the Whist we could also use. Then the metal. Yeah, we could use the metal actually to start unpacking some Dawn period books. Catalog a Dawn period book. And then, okay, we're already working at the Sweet Bones. Okay, opportunities, what do we have? Awen, Comfort, Extra Effort Soul. Okay, so with the Extra Effort Soul, we'll be able to get the final piece of nectar. Thinking. Might actually also, hold on, since it's spring again, might actually... Okay, this is in summer and autumn. Summer and autumn, summer and autumn. Ah. There we go. Ah, okay, but we need to use health or core for this. So, never mind. What could we use? We could use our fat to actually do something we haven't done in quite a while, which would be exploring. Gather in spring. What has the sea seeded today? And yeah, if we add the health here, yeah, then we're 6. We have new Deer lens, wonderful. Full flower. There we go. Ernestine Peterhans records her conversations with the little darkness in Hush House's Stair Tenebris, which she calls Dunkerling. Hold on. That's... the Stair Tenebris. I don't think that's one we've encountered yet. Neither the Dunkerling, whatever that is. Oop, game is struggling. Ernestine's business in the cellars of Hush House often took her up and down the Stair Tenebris, although it is avoided by every other servant. Dunkerling attempted to first consume her and then to demand sacrifices from her. Ernestine consented to bring it mice, but became very stern when it asked for a new drowned child. Okay. Yeah, I'm guessing if we ever meet this Dunkerling ourselves, we probably shouldn't acquiesce to them. Dunkerling claims to be an imprisoned long under the protection of the deepest power of the sea. It is prone to occasional bouts of raving about how, when it has its freedom, its patron will drown the isle. Ernestine renders most of these long speeches as ... but is very interested in what it can tell her about the circumstances of shipwrecks. There are hints that she may have been planning a salvage expedition. So Ernestine Peterhans, was she a servant here or one of the librarians, or perhaps someone else entirely? Memory impulse and a lesson in coil and chasm. cool. That's actually... Hold on. Oh, nice. We can upgrade Coil and Chasm right away if... Oh yeah, it isn't actually in use right now, so... Yeah, first... Let's do this with an effort in... Damn, okay. Never mind. We can't actually because we don't have one of those soul cards at the moment. We could restore it, because... Hold on. Nectar and Scale. Yeah, it's not that easy getting... Although, it's not that difficult to get a soul card of those aspects. Oh, and our first Dawn Period book. 599 AD is the traditional date of the first foundations here, sometimes called the Abbey of the Black Dove, sometimes called the Abbey of the White Crow. But the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot first built their temples here much earlier than that. The Silver Book, a manual of the Order Limiae, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia, in the Roman province of Hispania Gallica. This manual was compiled by one Burzgash, who explains that he came to join the order from the city of Messenger Eagles after he abandoned the service of the Ivory Dove. Mystery Moth 8. That's actually not too difficult, since we have... what was it? Inks of Revelation. Yeah, hold on. We have the Inks of Revelation and then the Tryst. That's already all we need. Yeah, so actually, do we have a moth? Wasn't this moth? No, it wasn't. Do we have a moth table? I'm almost certain we did. No. No. Alternatively, this is moon, and this is... No, hold on. The inks are lantern, so... Wasn't this moon and lantern? No. But this was, so... Tryst plus the inks. That's 8 moth right there. Huh? An unfamiliar language. Oh, it's written in Fuchin. Oh, okay. Never mind. We'll need to... Ah, who speaks Fuchin again? Doesn't... Oh, I speak Fuchin. Hold on. Then... Can I translate it first? And then... So, if I have the book here, and then... No, hold on, it's still at the threshold. My mistake. There we go. And I add some Tryst. Okay, I need to... Oh no, wait. I can just put the language here. Okay, okay. Inks of Revelation, Moth Choice. I can master this mystery. Enough moth to match mystery moth. Okay. So the language is an entirely separate thing. That's cool because it also adds its own aspects. Maybe that's something to keep in mind actually with some of the higher aspected books I already have that may be in another language I already speak. Something to think about. But first let's read this. Then we're currently investigating this. Once we have that, we can finally get this thing going. And then this we should be able to do with the lessons, the memory impulse, and hold on, collaborate core. So she's 4. Then how can I further boost her with some memories? So let's gain some of those. Busy day today. And then, yeah. There we go, memory sight. And now, finally, with the last... no, wait. So, purifications and exaltations. The last Faust. Memory sight. Memory solace. Memory foresight. Memory storm. And, of course, the lesson. So satisfying to have come so far. Ah, that is satisfying indeed. Yes, the dry tongue shan't be my fate. If I take a little sippy. Oh, I should probably also not continue for too long today. I might actually be able to stream tomorrow again, or maybe not. I'm not sure yet. A Shape in Smoke, Ambrose Westcott's expedition on tobacco blending and the oracles of the pipe. Subject pyroglyphics, and it's readable right away. Mystery Forge, so metal, then the pyroglyphics, and yeah, okay, past that it gets difficult. Yes, stretching as well. Oop. The old, letting the old skeleton shake loose. Okay, 8 Forge is going to be a bit more difficult for the time being. So let's put this here. Okay, what do you have for me? Solace. We can actually use that to boost her. Or, alternatively, we can use it... yeah, actually, let's speak to her again, and then we can use the Solace to upgrade Weaving and Not Working, and then we can use Impulse to upgrade Coil and Chasm. A lot of not new skills, but skill upgrades, which honestly even better. Choice. Yeah, we already have everything we need here. Ah, Purifications and Exaltations, level 5. And now... Weaving and Not Working. Together with... Hold on. Didn't I just have one more memory here? Or am I misremembering that? Huh. Okay. Now, next things next, I think we can use this Tryst and the... Where is it? Newspaper. To get an occult scrap. And then we can use the occult scrap to... Or I guess we don't need to, we have the memory storm. So yeah, let's use the memory solace to boost Mrs. Killer. Exalt with a memory. I think you've already said that one today. Pritchards. Pickle them alone, or they're pretty good on toast. Okay. The occult scrap. And then... let's do Coil and Chasm first. Oh, I guess we don't have, Can we preserve this? Oh yeah, we can. Okay, in that case, that's not too bad then. For this... Oh. Do we... Hold on, I need to... Oh damn! I I don't have any of the correct soul cards anymore. Okay, then in that case, I guess I'll have to restore one. The Tryst. Yeah. There we go. And then... yeah, I guess we don't really have anything else to do with memories today, so let's actually put her to work. Either here at the Motley Tower, alternatively... she's currently 6 heart, so... yeah, it'll have to be the Motley Tower. The door jams half open, but the room above is a bright oasis after the dreary neglect of the lower tower. The previous occupant has probably left some sort of protections in place. I'll find somebody suitably qualified to deal with them. And then... right, we're restoring the Tryst, since that's Moth. Is it Moth? I sure hope it is. Yes, it is, so then we'll be able to upgrade this. And then, okay, what else can we do today? I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. The Silver Book. A manual of the Order Limiae. Right, we've already read this fairly recently, no need to do it again. Members of the Order took an oath, the silver chain, that forbade men to lie with women, or women to lie with men. For what may come is not always the crime of the sky, yet that is a furious danger. It was apparently permissible for men to lie with men and women with women. In fact, Burgas suggests that should be encouraged to distract from other temptations. Right. In the secret histories, being gay is actually an advantage, since no crime of the sky. The manual describes potential countermeasures to protect those who might be tempted to go against the oath. Masks, disfigurement, severe poetic disciplines. Those who do break it are to be punished with death. Although there are lesser punishments prescribed for various acts that don't involve actual coitus, death is to be administered with the Glassfinger toxin, which can be created with the assistance of techniques described earlier in the manual, with sufficient knock aspect. Especially the wrongs. Remember, your rights matter, but your wrongs are where the fun begins. Okay, so Silver Book, our inventory is currently full, so let me just put the Pritchards in here real quick. And then what else do we get? Edict's Liminal 2 and a Memory of Impulse, damn it. Okay, so that was a double thing, so we lose our previous Impulse memory. Hold. Ugh. Let me have my Pritchards, goddamn you. There we go. Yeah, let's put these in the kitchen, or I guess the storeroom here. This is still recharging. I hope we'll have enough time. I think we do. So in the meanwhile, let's use our Arab here to something small and curious. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. See what this is, and then okay, Mrs. Killer is already at work. Dusk. So which of these memories do we save? The occult scrap obviously is going to be saved by itself. Oh, the memories storm, of course. For well, whatever. We in the end need it for. But I do think, because the servants' quarters have heart... oh, damn it. This is gonna be close. is gonna be close. Yeah, I do think it has. I'm not entirely sure. Motley Tower, Illopolis Nook. Look at that. Christopher Illopoli, poet, painter, archivist, ruiner of seances. Stayed for a while at Hush House after the Great War. The librarian, Serena Blackwood, arranged rooms for Illopoli in the Motley Tower, ostensibly so he could help with the collection. But perhaps also because she saw a potential ally against the governor of the Cucurbit. Relations between the Cucurbit and the house were badly strained at the time. Cucurbit, what was that again? I don't quite recall. Red Blue. It's a decent copy of Picasso, painted 20 years before Picasso painted the original. Brian Levison, up to his tricks again. To be fruitful. One of Levinson's A Love in a Quiet Place. One of Levinson's prefigures, a close and impossible copy of a painting made 20 years later by 𝐀𝐻𝐿, whose work Levinson often anticipated in his mirror dreams. That's kind of busted, the fact that you can just copy things people haven't even drawn yet. And then you can just claim you made it first. And like, who's gonna argue with you? The other person won't invent that image for another 20 years. But I guess if you publish your work... that's weird, because if you publish your work, the other person couldn't make the work since it already exists, and then how would you get the prophetic... Okay, maybe... Fraser Strathcoyne. This bust is shaped from beeswax. Okay, careful with that. Yeah, I'll try. Russet couch. A utilitarian item. Arms varnished, upholstery shiny with hard use. Sedona, not yet. One of Levinson's prefigures again. A Levinson prefigure, a copy of a painting that would not be committed to canvas by the real artist for 20 years. And, a lot of Curia and Nocturnal books. A red lotus vase, an urn of ashes, someone's poor soul who probably won't mind if they're repurposed for a worthy experiment. I probably wouldn't. Yeah, I imagine it's not Illopolis vibes, it's more just... I don't know. I'm guessing he talks too much or something like that. Twilight Pot. A stylized bat grimaces gleefully on its surface. A funny thing about the urn of ashes, since it technically remains... Ah no, but it's not food, okay. Because otherwise I think we could have fed this to our animals. And we have Perhybiate, which binds the owner... which binds to the one whose name is there written, a minor ink of power, and some holiest hemol... Oh no, not the hemolymph, no, the holiest hemolymph. Thurza Blake claimed that she first synthesized this from her own tears. She was almost certainly lying. Actually, funnily enough, this time it's not actually marked as remains, so so no need to gobble this up as a ghoul. I mean, we're not a ghoul anyways, but still. Oh my god. Okay, and then Motley Tower, 2nd floor. A nasty theoplasmic miasma hangs around the room above. It's no longer strong, but it'll take years to dissipate to the point of safety. With the right help, I can raise counter-influences. 6 heart, that's also very doable. What is this place? Looks like, looks almost like like some sort of medicine place? I don't know. So yeah, actually not a bad idea to unlock these lower level things here. Because, you know, there is these uncatalogued books of the lower time periods here, which we could certainly use since most of the other stuff is well out of our reach still. Okay, we have 21 seconds left on this. I am really hoping that I'll be able to do this in time. Otherwise, I'll cry. Hold on, actually. I mean, in an emergency, I could also use these to instead do these edicts liminal. Bitter black salts. Bitter as chicory, dark as secrets, but the first rung of the traditional alchemist ascent. Alchemical ascent. That's how it goes. Okay. 5 seconds, come on. Oh. Okay, just barely, I think. Okay, whew. Just in time. And now we use, hold on, which one was this? The weavings and knot workings. So first this with the moth, and then we'll save the memory storm in our bed. Yes. And we need the tryst and the lesson in weaving and knot working. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Let's improve this skill to level 3. Let's dream on the storm memory. Okay, that was a close rung thing, but we got there in the end. Hold on, where's my laboratory? Let's put the bitter black salts here. As well as the Deer Day lens, actually. No, hold on. The Deer Day lens I'm gonna put down here, since that's where we crafted it. That's easy to remember. The Moth Orchid Scented Candle. Let's put that one... Actually, yeah, let's put the candle here as well, since this is where we crafted the candle. Okay, the luggage will open tomorrow, which I guess is going to be in a few seconds. And then, yeah, we have the Edicts Liminal, which... Knock and Moth, and we're already pretty advanced here. Hold on, couldn't we commit this to Scolioscopy and Nyctodromy? We could to Nyctodromy, but that would only give us more fat, and we already have 3 of those. And then Nyctodromy... where's Nyctodromy? Bird... No, wait. Nyctodromy would give us the... Fet, and then... Scolioscopy. Where were you? Ah, there. Yeah, Scolioscopy, then we'd need to upgrade it at least once. Okay. And then that'd get us another soul card as well. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, and what's the weather today? Sunny! Hold on. Okay, no, that's not going to help us there. But it might help us elsewhere. Not with Coil Chasm, certainly. Sunny, the sun is not what it was, but today he is smiling. It's true sky. I don't know. So, whose assistance do we want today? If we want to get up here, I guess Mrs. Killer again, since, yeah, heart, that's her. And we also want some memories. Technically, just for the memories, we could also get Timothy, but he has the unfortunate trait that he likes speaking a lot, which means that it takes significantly longer, 50% longer for us to get a memory from him by speaking to him. So, yeah. Let's actually grab these Curia books from the Motley Tower, or Nocturnal books, even. And let's begin cataloging these. Certainly one I suffer from, so I'm not going to judge him, certainly. But, you know. It is keeping... it is worth being aware of. There we go. Got there in the end. Catalog a Curia period. Oh, that was Curia. I thought that was Nocturnal. Well, matters little, I suppose. And then with, I think, our Whist in at this table, we can catalog the final Curia work. And then the Nocturnal ones we put in our inventory. Might actually be worth cleaning this place out of its contents and putting them in more relevant rooms, but I don't know. Okay, and I think additionally this is probably going to be the final day I'm gonna do. It has gotten rather late, and I do have some other plans tomorrow. The bust, you mean the beeswax one, or the busts in general? Because this, I think, because Fraser Strathcoyne, of course, he, to my knowledge, never was a librarian of Hush House. So, yeah, we won't need to have to worry about him, putting him anywhere here. Oh, also, that reminds me, didn't we... yeah, we established that Serena Blackwood was, in fact, the librarian before us, so she does actually belong here. Come on, come on. Alright, this is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. Okay, and then for Edict's Liminal we also need Moth. Okay. We have the Memory Storm, which we can use for... well, I guess neither of those, but it's still good to have it. Then yeah, we're working here. We need this to upgrade Coil and Chasm. One of these at least, but the other one we can put to use. Collecting some more stuff here. So yeah, not Coil and Chasm this time, but instead... let's say Spices and Savors. Gather in Spring. Bzzzt. Okay, there's Mrs. Killer. Let's see what memories we can glean from her. Let's also open this with the Fete. One of our Fete. Something rare. Crack open the container. Delight in our discovery. Let's speed things up a bit. Now I have an idea of the book's nature, its contents. De ratio quenquum. In English, the title translates to as the account of the oaks. But this Nathaniel Darcy... This is but this is Nathaniel Darcy Evers' fascinating if haphazard survey of the occult properties of every tree he can find, not just oaks. Okay, in Latin, which we speak, keeper's skin. This book is blotched with keeper's skin, a luminous fungus that grows in the wood where we see in sleep. In the wood we see in sleep, and enters the world when a dreamer inhales its spores. Keeper skin contamination can affect your ebb and core and spread to nearby objects. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against corruptions if you provide at least 7 nectar. That's gonna be difficult, okay. At least this one doesn't spread like the witchworms. And it's 8 nectar, okay. Difficult, that's gonna be difficult. And just like this one. And here we have the Geminiad 1, a fragile manuscript illuminated with twin shapes of sad and... A fragile manuscript illuminated with twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language, Fuchin, is much older. The cover is tooled goldskin decorated with garnet. Mystery Heart 10, but it's in Fuchin, which will already give us 2 hearts, so really it's more like Mystery Heart 8. At which point... hold on. 8, we have 4 here. The core gives us another 2, and then with Memory Storm, we have another 2. Okay, so we can read this right away, actually. Add a heart desk. It's like this one. So, Memory Storm... Fuchin, weavings and not working, the core. Heart onwards. I can master this mystery. Enough heart to match mystery heart. Then here we have Unthirstlies, Ivories, and Lovelies. Fiona Arashine recounts her visits in dreams to the Red Church in the Mansus, and her conversations with the names of the Grails. Yeah, the Thirstlies, Ivories, and Lovelies. Of course, we know one of the Thirstlies all too well. So this is Mystery 10, which we continued over here. Memory, a stolen secret. Something I overheard in dreams? Question mark. So that would get us along the Edict's Liminal, actually. Yeah, it would indeed. So, okay, first things first, if we do actually want to boost her. If we want to unlock the thing here, we need... hold on. I'll allow it. That's a good one. Allowed on the basis of funny. Do we know about Azim as a mortal? I don't know. Anyways, cake time. Or at least heart time. Okay, we're currently opening this thing here, and once we do, we can get our first upgrades in the Edict's Liminal. Hold on. Metal... we don't have that much use of today, so fixing and mending. Then the tools boosted Mrs. Kille. Ah. Glinting cranial 𝐁𝐞𝐥𝐨. We all of us come to this condition in the end. But not all of us are fortunate enough to be lovingly buffed and fixed carefully to a stylish wooden stand. Okay, that's... not that useful, but I guess we can put it to the other one, with the other one. like so. And then Edicts Liminal with a stone secret, and of course this, and then the Shapt. Yeah, let's use that. Oh, and we need one more memory. Oh, right, because this is level 2, we need 2 memories. Okay, then let's speak to Mrs. Killer some more. And then let's... Second Thirstly and 8 times... Was it 8 times? We tried with Spencer Hobson, or was it someone else? I don't remember. Some more honey. Okay. I was of course hoping more for beeswax, but that's fine. Speaking of which, actually we do have some beeswax left. So... I think we can spare a Fost to... Let's experiment some more with some other flower types. And the beeswax in here. So, soul and hieroglyphics. Okay, the sea holly doesn't give us a special candle. Maybe some of the other flowers will. What's this? This is Agave Eternal. Make a history wax candle. There we go. To see how everything changes. Yeah, I think something like that. And technically, even like the glass finger toxin wasn't even guaranteed to kill him, just very likely. Yeah, but I already have one of those stashed away. So I'm not so... But these are quite useful. Good to keep in mind if I mean, don't I have some Mystery Sky stuff I'm stuck on? Maybe here somewhere along the 8s? No, apparently not. Okay. Oh, there's also a 5th eye curse on this thing. Should probably take care to remember that. Okay, yeah, I mean, the glassfinger toxin is fatal, but I think with poisons there's always at least a 10% chance or so that they survive. I don't remember the exact details, but yeah, something like that, so... Regret, that's not quite what we need. Hold on. Actually, no. Okay, but we do have some more packages that need opening. So let's do that actually. With the Tryst we need possibly today. The core as well. Though the Arab, I don't think we need that today. So let's. Actually, no, we can use that to gain one more memory from the Sweet Bones. So that one, not that one either. I guess the metal, technically, yeah, because. Or the... I mean, we just need one of these, so I guess the Fet we could make use of. Yeah, let's use the FET to open that box, and then we can use the Tryst to get at the memories. Crack open the disk container, delight in your discovery. Ah, okay, which will kill them unless they are tenacious. I'm not actually sure. Yeah, I think he wasn't tenacious, so yeah. In that case, okay, memory here. Memory hindsight. Hold on. Is that... Oh yeah, we can use this for coil and chasm. So, yeah, let's... first boost her, and then... Yeah, I also thought Glassfinger Toxin was knock. Alright, the book. The Geminade 1, a fragile manuscript illuminated with twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 17th century, but the language, Fuchin, is much older. The cover is 2 old goldskin decorated with garnet. Let me jot that down. And then I'm reading. These pages outline the nature and the doctrines of an hour that weaves together the willing, an hour that is sought beneath the moon and at the water's edge. The sister and witch. The language is wileful, naughty, poetic. It'll take some untangling. An hour weaves together the willing, yeah, that checks out. Sought beneath the moon and the water's edge. Yeah, that all checks out for the Sister and Witch. The first volume of the Geminide reminds us that the Sister and Witch has been known to manifest as the Witch and Sister, and that this face is always hungry, while the other face may heal. It implies connections between the Sister and Witch and the hours of the upper Mansus, especially the lunar hour called the Menishate. But it is ambiguous on whether the Sister and Witch is the Mansus hour proper, and it speaks at length about the sadness of the two who are one, the sadness that remains from their time as flesh. Yeah, weren't they supposed to be sacrificed? I remember something like that from reading in Cultist Simulator. Memory solace, peace after trouble, and even more lessons in weaving and not working. Huh. I mean, the Mansus proper would mean... I mean, the wood isn't considered Mansus proper, but the Sister and Witch I thought was a power... I don't know, are they a wood power? I don't think so. Who knows? But yeah, the upper Mansus, the upper hours, I guess, are the ones closer to the glory. So, you know, the solar hours and stuff like that. History wax candle. A candle made with the oils of the history plant, Agave Eterna. That's a mighty lantern candle. If we ever need... Hold on. Aren't there some rooms here that will take... Yeah. There are some rooms here we can unlock with quite a bit of lantern, and that candle will certainly help us there. As will, I guess, the current weather. Still some time. We could recruit Timothy as well today. With the weather... He's already at 4 with the... with that candle, he would be at 7. With the mirror scope, he would be at 8. And we need him to be, what? 9. So if we gave him some Dawnline coffee or something like that, he'd be... I mean, can we use the weather here for something else today? Don't think so. So maybe that's something worth entertaining. But I think I would need to brew some Dawnline coffee for this. Or I guess I could use the Standalone wine. Basket of apples. Notoriously hard to take just one bite. Okay. Ah, okay. Yeah, right. Here's the witch and sister, and here is the sister and witch. These, okay, yeah, those are the Cultist Simulator tarot cards. And of course the Thunder Skin and the Velvet. It's also interesting just to look at the differences between sister and witch and sister. Yeah, both of them do show the shore. Along the shore, the cloud waves break. Okay. I'm thinking. We have now these weaving and not working lessons. The coil and chasm lesson, which we can use... what was it? Hindsight. Yes, hindsight with coil and chasm. So, first things first. So this, first things first. Then for the Edict's Liminal. The Edict's Liminal, What is she at now? She's at 4. It's already midday. Yeah, let's first feed her Zeham. That's 6, and then a memory would get her to 8. Oh no, we just need 6, so actually, hold on, which of these memories we really don't need? Like Solace, for example. So, if we just give her Solace, Exalt with a memory. Yeah, I want to, this is gonna be the last day. I mean, I don't have to depart, I just don't, it's more that I don't want to linger too long today. Okay, Knock, Moth, Regret. Okay, we do have a stolen secret here. That might be useful for the Edict's Liminal. I'm considering just using both of these lessons in the same... No, wait, hold on. I can just get an occult scrap. No need to be wasteful now. Coil and Chasm, level 2. And then, which of these can I use to... The Whist. The Whist I can use in conjunction with the newspaper, get the occult scrap. And then I can upgrade the Edict's Liminal. I'll say try to put it cryptically. If there's a way you can word your advice in a like not so obvious way, maybe just give me like a small hint. Okay, and then more memories here. And yeah, that for the Edict's Liminal. But otherwise, actually... Reverend Timothy. I only have one more fast day, so... Yeah, actually, let's Let's do Reverend Timothy with the lantern tomorrow. Which was it again? We can unlock with lantern. This wasn't it? Yes, the echoing chamber, 9 lantern. I'm sure it'll be sunny again sometime, so let's let that pass today. Yep, the occult scrap. And now Edict's Liminal. No. Edict's Liminal Max. So, the Shapt. And the lesson in Edict's Liminal. The occult scrap. And which one was it? The Stolen Secret. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. And she gives me regret again. Yeah, that's true. I mean, mostly the way I'm getting memories right now is with talk, and then, you know, talking with a companion for the day, and then also, you know, using consider on various objects. I guess, theoretically, there's also trying to do stuff like swimming, I think, sometimes gives you memories. I'm not sure. Hold on, let me put this newspaper back where it belongs. There we go. And also these apples. Let's put these. Damn, that's a big basket of apples. Holy shit. Okay. Weaving and not working. Speaking of, actually, I think we can commit some of these skills now. Right? I guess... not? Oh, this is already committed, never mind. But this isn't. Coil and Chasm. And this would give us another shaft, so yeah, certainly I'll do that. Peacock. The night arts teach that the Peacock Gate is the brightest door in dreams to which mortals may aspire, but that before she rose to this estate, the gate was a name of the Horned Axe. All Nyctodromists seek to understand what this might mean. I didn't know that. A name of the Horned Axe, so... But... the Peacock Gate... Okay, so... Yeah, that's actually a good question, because of the New Hours, all their names and longs are humans, originally, right? But, of course, of the gods from stone, the gods from stone are before humanity, so... Were their longs and names Carapace Cross, or something else entirely? Was the Peacock Door once a Carapace Cross? Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, significantly bigger. Significantly bigger than that package. Okay, finally, we have a second shop now. And... which of these skills are still yet unassigned? Okay, I don't think we have any level... Yeah, okay. Currently all our level 2 skills are assigned, but we have made quite a bit of progress today on the Tree of Wisdoms, so I'm happy about that. Really hoping that the next season isn't Numa, or else I'm gonna have to be sweating. Solutions and separations. Solutions. Sights and sensations. Purifications. Purifications. Coil and chasms. Preliminary meter. Ah, yeah. That's true. Solutions and separations. Ithistry and scolioscopy. So... oh, but... unfortunately, both scolioscopy and ithistry are already committed to this to the second degree. So, yeah, I found it. So yeah, we'll have to upgrade that before we can commit it. Still wondering how we can upgrade some of these. some of these soul cards, because thus far the only upgrade memory we've found is an occult scrap. Okay, it's getting late. I think, yeah, we want to get Mrs. Killer working on the nasty theoplasmic miasma that hangs around the room above. It's no longer strong, but it'll take years to dissipate to the point of safety. With the right help, we can raise counter-influences, so let's do that. Edicts Liminal, level 3. Ah, right, this one still was unassigned, so that we can now assign to Scolioscophy or Nyctodromy. This would give us more fat. We already have 3 fat, so... There's a prophecy of a glorious city that mortals could raise, but the hours of the Chancel have decreed that it will not exist. The decrees of the Chancel are not defied, but now and then they have been circumvented, and we might conceive that a city with walls of shining flint would be raised in dreams in the Mansis. This would be Nyctodromy. And here, Soulsight. There's a prophecy of a glorious city that mortals could raise. Right. And we might conceive that that city with walls of shining soulsight could be raised nowhere in the darkness below dreams. This would be Scolioscophy. Ereb, pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. One of the 9 parts of the human soul. Nice, we finally have 2 Ereb. We'll take those, we take those. And now, with a lot of these new soul cards, let's actually put them to use cataloging some of those nocturnal books before the day runs out. So we have the shop now, which is Forge, so we can use it here. With one of these nocturnal books. And the Ereb, which has Edge, which means we can use it here. And then the metal we can apply here. The Fost we can also use to catalog more books. Right here. And then, which of these, I mean this, I guess the only one we can preserve, I think, at the moment would be Memory Regret, I think. Right, because our bed is... Yeah, no, Hindsight would also be an option. I mean, both of them have Winter too. I think Hindsight is harder to get slightly. We get quite a bit of regret through certain means. For example, I think destroying the... what was it called? The Deerday lens gets us regrets, so... yeah, we'll save the Hindsight. And I think that'll be all then for today. We'll check the next day, as is our custom, at least the weather. Dusk. There we go. So, dream on the Hindsight. The Invisible Opera, unfinished recording. A recording of a 1911 attempt of a performance of Wings Within Wings, the so-called Invisible Opera, Mystery Sky 10. Jeez. And it's another phonograph record, so yeah, that's gonna be difficult. And then Glimmerings. An anonymous prison diary written by a dreamer convicted of oneric irresponsibility and confined to the cucurbit. Yeah, I mean, that's not that surprising since nephrite is also a real mineral. And the final nocturnal book, Colors in the Liver. Isle Bischoff's most controversial film, blamed for outbreaks of cannibalistic killings in Tiflis and Leipzig. Oh, this might be actually the first movie we may be able to actually successfully I guess not read, but, you know, watch and master, since... Hold on. Grail. Do we have any good Grail skills? Well, I guess, okay, never mind. I spoke too soon. We don't really have anything. Okay, so we have the Great Signs and the Great Scars, which is 2 Grail. Then our Whore would add another Grail, so 3 Grail. I guess with a good Grail memory we could get to 5 and then supply 1 more core. So yeah, it's possible. Let's actually... do we want to put this here with the movies? Or do we want to... yeah, no, let's keep it in the library. Alongside the other Mystery 6 works. This is Mystery 10. Oh, I have so many Mystery 10 works. This is Mystery 12. Where did I put the rest of those? Here and here. Yes, okay. Come now. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. And yes, of course, that thing. I mean, aesthetic taint also doesn't really spread, so let's put this with the other 6 works. This one was this Mystery Moon, right? But we still don't have anything to play sound recordings. Alright then. All that's left is to wait for this to be unlocked. Motley Tower Dispensary. This room may originally have served as a working dispensary, but some at least of its more eccentric fittings were added by Christopher Illopoli in his time here. By that point he had severed ties with his adoptive father. Huh. I don't know anything about Illopoli's family. He'd been using the Illopoli name for years and had no access to the Strathcona. Oh! He's adopted son of Strathcoin? Huh. That would certainly explain the bust of Fraser Strathcoin here in his room. And had no access to the Strathcoin fortune, but travelling at night had sold surprisingly well, much better than his poetry, and he had a little money of his own by then, enough to indulge his preferences. Interesting, so Strathcoin is Illopoli's adoptive father? Huh. Brazen clock. It's not immediately apparent that this clock lacks hands, although when wound it dutifully ticks. Okay, so it's a clock mechanism with, you know, a clock face but without any clock hands. Okay. And here we have quite a few... what are these? Dispensary, a well-appointed laboratory for a scholar of unconventional therapies. So here we can use substances, matter... Okay, so it's another laboratory again. Yeah, that's a really cool shelf. You also really... get the sense that this is, I mean, they say baronial period, but obviously the internal furnishings are deeply nocturnal, you know, 1920s Art Deco. I guess this is almost like Bauhaus style. I mean, it's honestly not that bad. since if you have an empty wall anyways, might as well use it. Shears of the sisterhood, more shears. A viper egg. A serpent in waiting. Westcott's compounds. Okay, a bunch of stuff. And here, finally, the last thing for today, some more coin. Yeah, we have a whole bunch of... Oh, look at that! It's a snootle jar, a moth and lantern tool. I mean, I guess that's not too useful since we already have moth and lantern 1 tools separately. Yeah, I've seen this takes flowers and remains as well as fuels, liquids, you know, stuff like that. So I guess this would be a good place to make candles, actually. Since beeswax is a fuel and not a liquid, but it is a fuel, to my knowledge. And then, you know, you can add flowers. And yeah, we have a whole lot of stuff here. Alembic, quite a bit of heart here. Oh, a grail. Spice scales, redolent of decades of piquant passage. Huh. 5 cc. Yeah, I think that's better than any other medicine, but this spicing tool or knowledge that might be used to add more exotic savors. Of course, we also have spices and savors here, so... But interesting, that's also, you know, of course, another kitchenware tool, and it's our first grail tool. So that's very useful. In addition, of course, to a whole bunch of nocturnal works. As well as a few curia and baronial ones. And then finally we have Motley Tower, 3rd floor. The theoplasmic miasma that hung around the room below is a little stronger here, and a little different, with a rotten, musky scent that suggests a decaying reptile house. Perhaps something layered here after the inhabitants departed. Perhaps the inhabitants dreamed unwisely. In any case, the right counter-influences will dispel it. As long as there's not a corpse up there. Because that's kind of what I was thinking with the first thing of a description there. Catwink. The smell of catwink puts off vermin, but it is very difficult to read in sunlight. An ink of containment. Hold on, didn't we also learn how to craft this at some point? I'm pretty sure we did, right? Hold on. Pretty sure we crafted this somewhere already. So that is actually an ink we already know how to craft. Yeah, something like that. If only I could pull out that no, I don't think actually it was. Hold on. Trying to remember, because I'm like pretty sure we crafted Catwink at some point, but it wasn't Moon because we didn't have that at the beginning. I think it was Edge actually, yeah. So if we take what's high in Edge? I guess the Auroral Contemplations, and then some Trist, Eigengrau, and Torg's Cleansing. Never mind. Yeah, actually, hold on. Cat. Ooh, no. If only there was some kind of recipe book in this game you could call on. No. Because 𝐁𝐞𝐥𝐤 has edge aspect, doesn't it? Yeah, it has edge, grail, scale. Maybe it was scale. I don't remember. I don't think we've made Torque's cleansing yet, but we could make it with sufficient edge. So I guess metal, auroral contemplations, and then an edge memory. I'm trying to remember, but pretty sure. Hold on. Is there some kind of? One of these desks has to be moon and lantern. Yes. Nope. But this one, yeah. Oh, no, this was Refulgent, of course, and Moth Gold, actually. What's Moth Gold? Mixed paint of a wistful golden hue. Ichor Vitreous, of course. Well, let's wait with that for another time. Maybe I'll remember by then. Oh, look at that. Delivery from Cutter and Huron. This late in the day? Strange. Hold on. The glimmerings. Right. I'm remembering now. Kind of need to reorganize these somehow, but you know, they'll be cataloged in a mo, so I'm not too worried. Alright, daybreak. Let's just, as the last thing, check the weather. And then that'll be that. It's sunny again. Okay, so actually unlocking this is very much a possibility today. Okay, but that will have to wait until... I'm thinking... If I stream tomorrow, it'll probably be art, not Cultist Simulator, not Book of Hours. So for Book of Hours, I'll probably be back on Saturday. So now, lastly, the question remains: is there something? Yeah, I mean, isn't that something you can add in House of Light? Not necessarily a cult, but like a Society of the Hush House or something like that. Yeah, there was someone, but I don't see them being live right now, so I guess something got in the way. Yeah, they were live last 5 days ago with Book of Hours. Yeah, but they weren't live today either, so... yeah. Otherwise, yeah, no, I don't see anyone that's really too eligible for raiding. Yeah, I mean, it's possible that something got in the way, or, Bass got it mixed up. That's also possible. In any case, let me... hold on. From these cavernous depths, retrieve my notebook. I guess... oh, there it is. Aha, there we are. I probably need to read this from the page a few times before I have it committed to memory, but yes. So yes, indeed, now the time has come to acknowledge an ending. It has been my pleasure to be your host tonight, and I hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. If you did, consider performing those rituals that we all know of to appease the mad gods of the algorithm. Sharing, liking, you know the drill. Soon I hope to see you all again, so until then, safe travels and have a good night.